If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I appreciate the cue on this Tuesday, Jimmy Mack. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the good old House of Degas in New Orleans, baby.
New Orleans, baby, is right. Dig this. A Vietnamese man who hasn't cut his fingernails in 3 decades earned a Guinness World Record when they were measured at a total of 19 feet, 6 inches long. Lu Kong Wen earned the record for longest fingernails on a pair of hands, male, when his nails were measured at longer than the height of an average adult giraffe. His nails were measured at a height longer than an average adult giraffe. Those fingernails originally started because my father was a shaman. Wen told the Guinness World Records, I just wanted to become a teacher, so I grew them to look more majestic. Wen said he gave up his dreams of teaching at the urging of his father, probably at the urging of, not wanting to creep the kids out, but kept growing his nails. The man kept growing his nails. I guess he made a career choice right there. So I just kept growing them from then on, and they just keep getting longer. In short, by the way, that's not in short, that's in long. In short, if I were to trim them off, I'd feel really uncomfortable and exhausted, both mentally and physically. I feel mentally and physically exhausted reading this. He said maintaining long nails is a lot of work. If it rains, I got to keep them dry. If they get wet, they will soften and fall right off. In a crowded place, if somebody bumps into them, they'll be broken for sure, so I have to protect them. Furthermore, when working, I have to be extremely careful. Climbing up and down the scaffolding, every move has to be deliberate, and I mean really careful. Wait a minute, I don't even know how he got the scaffolding. What does this guy do? I actually looked around for a while. I couldn't figure out what this guy does. And why is he going up and down scaffolding with 19-foot nails? Leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, yak it up on YouTube like our friends, the Grumpy Pete, the Paranormal Pie Man, other kind of folks who are making their way over there. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. How we doing on the Book of Face, by the way, Phone Master Dre?
We're getting there, but bear with us.
We're getting there, but bear with us. You might want to bring that microphone down. Live your best life live on 365. Bring your floating radical ideas at RadioNemo.com or ponder all the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platform. Hold on to that podcast thought, by the way, guys, because, man, it's a big day for podcasting because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Physistratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion, Grease Monkey Charlton, because this is the Tuesday edition. The Tuesday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, Road Gang Radio. How you doing this morning, Phone Master Dre?
Oh, I'm doing good, Jimmy, because it's
Tuesday.
what he said.
It's Tuesday, by the way. It is Tuesday, by the way, and we hope you're all out there having a great morning. We actually are absolutely delighted to be broadcasting live from the Fastport studios at the Degas House. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. You can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We want to give a special congratulations, and we'll continue to do so over the course of this month and beyond, to the finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. Charles Jones Jr., Macy Matisse, boy, was she something else, and Mark Scriven all joined us yesterday. You can hear those interviews on our YouTube channel on the rebroadcast. You can hear the entire show, by the way. Not only can you hear this entire show over at Spotify, over at Spotify, over at all those other places, but you can hear it in its entirety on all those podcast platforms. And by the way, you should give us a call at 615 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
And help us celebrate whatever national days we're going to be celebrating today. By the way, this awareness celebration of national days is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown, and these days they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to radio. That's a distant country. The world has long moved on into the world of podcasting, a forced marriage, by the way, between iPod and broadcasting. That's how we get the word, podcasting. And while the iPod has gone extinct, its namesake form of media is here to stay. By the way, is that the iPod's real contribution? To give us the name podcast? Podcasts have fundamentally changed the way people consume audio, and for that reason, on this day, September 30th, the day before we move into the October country, here is to International Podcast Day. We'd love to hear what your favorite podcasts are. Let me give a shout out to a couple of podcasts that I love on a personal level. Lovecraft Investigation from Julian Simpson, Old Gods of Appalachia, No Sleep Podcast, and all the other spooky ones that haunt my dreams. I'm going to ask you some of yours. Jump into the conversation. I'm going to put the same question to Lindsay when she gets here. She's going to get here at around 9 to give us a bit of life in the center. And here's one of your favorite podcasts, by the way. The U.S. Department of Transportation is clamping down on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. It's a conversation that OIDA has been driving. OIDA's Director of Government Affairs, Colin Long, friend of this show, reacts to the big news. Plus, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. We're wrapping that up. And therapist Buck Black joins our friends Ashley and Scott to shine a light on this important topic. All of that as Scott and Ashley give us another episode of the best recorded transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with OIDA, immediately following Road Gang Radio's glass-kicking, stud-bumping lineup. Dre, do you have a favorite podcast?
Ooh, come on, I'm coming. Man, off the top of my head, I have a few. It's Rich Roll's podcast. I dig him. Have you heard of his?
I have heard of his. What do you like about it?
Well, with him, I like that he doesn't just talk about the experiences that he has from his talents and all the things that he's achieved. He just comes in there with a different point of view of positivity and going in there and just being like, hey, you can try new things, but he brings in people that know what they're talking about, and he doesn't bring them down. He doesn't try to belittle them. He takes their knowledge and he's like, man, I learned something today as well.
We're going to get a chance to reset here during the break, by the way.
100%.
A chance to reset during the pledge, the national anthem, and all that kind of stuff. But we got a few things to talk about here before we actually do anything else in studio. Don't forget, guys, Kevin Lindsay is going to be here. We're going to follow it up with a little trucking tributes as our friends from Rees across America arrive on the scene. Dr. Khadija Dantata and Wendy Rogers are going to be talking lupus on Highway to Health. Dr. Carol Osborne is talking pets. Today as Lindsay arrives to help you guys get your life together. And Selena Fergazzi has got a new book out, Pearl Jam Live, 35 Years of Legendary Music and Revolutionary Shows. And we got lots of stuff to dig into. We'd love to hear from you. Who do I got on the phones, Dre?
Oh, we got good old Jody, but I got to make an announcement real quick. We're down on Facebook. We tried a few things. It's not working out. So y'all come on over in YouTube. Well, if you're there, stay there.
Yeah, tell your friends, by the way, over if you're actually, if you have a little presence on Facebook to get their butts over here. Over here on YouTube, you can listen to us on Odyssey. You can listen to us on Live 365 over at RadioNemo.com, and of course over at iHeart. We're going to work on that. We'll get things back up and running. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Let's get Jody into the conversation.
Jody Brody, Florida man.
What's going on, fellas? You doing all right this morning?
We're hanging in there, Jody. We're hanging in there.
Like a booger.
What's going on?
Oh, headed for the house there in Michigan. So I got to drop this one. I got one on me right now. I got to drop off in Statesville and reload at the same place and offload it up there in Michigan basically anytime I want. But I'm going to offload it tomorrow and then spend a couple of days up there. And the doctor's appointment isn't until Monday or Friday afternoon. So spend a couple of days with my niece, kind of hang out, maybe go to Greenfield Village if the weather's nice, or Yates Cider Mill, whatever the case is. It's that time of the year.
No, I hear you, man. I mean, we're almost there. And by the way, speaking of that time of the year, This is really cool. Tomorrow, some folks from the Shenandoah Valley are going to show up and talk about leaf peeping as well. Does the world feel better to you when October shows up?
Yeah, I mean, it really does, especially like when I'm home there in Michigan. You know, you and I have talked about this before. I don't have my golden retriever anymore, but walking out in the woods and seeing the changing of the leaves and when the air starts getting crisp. I looked at the weather, and tomorrow night when I'm up there, it's supposed to drop down to 49 degrees. You know, I'm kind of looking forward to that. Walking around with a nice fall coat on. You know, taking the little guy out into the woods. You know, just walking around, seeing the animals and stuff. And I kind of, that's honestly my favorite time of the year is fall. That's my favorite time of the year.
Yeah, and for me, it's just it kind of just it puts me in the perfect place. It's like I even in New Orleans where the humidity is still relatively high, there is a turnover point, usually late September, middle of October, when it really does get a lot less humid. The oxygen kind of is returned to the air. It makes a big difference for me. I can't begin to tell you how it really improves my mood and kind of lifts my spirits, as it were. You can feel it, and you can even feel it over here, down here. As warm as it is, it's still got a nice little. The mornings are still a little bit nicer, by the way.
You know what I watch on a regular, Jody?
What's that?
My oil temperature. And I look at it in the past month or two, it's in the 200s. Dude, the whole ride here, it's at 185. And I was like, something's going on with my car. I was like, oh, it's just cool outside.
It's just cooler
not
outside.
hot.
It's just cooler outside. Things aren't working their butts off. And, it's so funny, too, because Kevin, Lindsay, and I are going to be wrapping up HVAC today, which I think is kind of appropriate on the last day of September to kind of finish up talking about how we handle our HVACs and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, guys, working on your HVAC never ends. You got to get your heater ready for what's coming in December, January, and February. So, don't just be like, well, I ain't got to worry about HVAC anymore. Yeah, you do. A little temperature control. Jody, let me let you shuffle out of here. It's good to hear your voice. I'll give you the final thought, though.
Just watch out for those storms. I outran them yesterday coming out of Florida. Those tropical storms are sitting off the coast. It got a little dicey running up 95, but it's starting to get a little dicey over here on 77 right now. But it's all good. So everybody just needs to be safe and slow down a little bit. That's the name of the game.
That's the name of the game. And by the way, Jody is absolutely right. There still are tropical storms out there. Hopefully one or two cold fronts will make their way from Jody's other home up in Michigan, maybe down the Mississippi River. And once they do, we'll get that breath of fresh air and also cool off the Gulf. I mean, after all, the Gulf is it's an engine for hurricanes. Get out of here, Jody.
See you guys later. Have a good one.
Thank you, man. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
Kevin Lindsay, Trucking Tributes, Highway to Health. Dr. Carol Osborne, Talking Pets. Selena Fugazi, by the way, is talking about her new book, Pearl Jam Live, 35 years of legendary music and revolutionary shows. We're going to take a quick break here, take a deep breath, come back, talk to somebody on the phone, let the world kind of reset. Let's do it now. Deep breath with me, Dre. Break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rock-a-lay, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's
wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray all is well with you, and I pray that everything's going the way that you and God intend. But hey, first and foremost, I want to tell you Isaiah 55, verse 1 and 2. And I want you to hear this, because it's going to help you to be able to see some of the things that God is taking you through, as well as me. In Isaiah 55, verses 1 through 2, it says, "Come." So the invitation has been sent. He starts off by saying, "Come, everyone who thirsts." So he already knows we got something going on. "Come to the waters. And he, watch it, who has no money, come, buy and eat." Sounds a little backwards on it. He said, you ain't got no money, but he wants you to come. Oh, okay. He said, "Come." He invites us again. "Buy wine and milk without money and without price." Uh-oh. "Why do you spend your money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which does not satisfy?" Woo, listen to Isaiah. Boy, he hit us all in the jaw, didn't he? He telling us, quit paying for stuff that you really don't need. He said, start buying stuff that's going to feed your soul and stuff that's going to feed other people. He says, we've all been called. We've all been ordained to do this, to come. That's the key word. He said, all of us have the responsibility to come. He said, "Come all ye faithful." And if we go to God and we spend time with God, when we come, that's what he's saying. We got to come, because if you don't show up to the table, you don't know what God has to offer. So enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, man. Punching people in the jaw and feeding people. That's what I'm talking about. Happy Tuesday.
Punching people in the face. I'm just kind of curious with the Grumpy Pete. What are you doing in SeaWorld? Are you just there because you're hanging out there, like doing some trucking stuff, or are you actually at SeaWorld? You're really doing the SeaWorld in Florida. The Beach Bum, by the way, says, "Good morning from the I-80 and the I-81 split in the Pennsylvania I never found." Paranormal Pie Man simply says, "Yo." Bruce Almighty, good morning. Hashtag RGR took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Nope. Albuquerque back to Plainview, Texas. Joe J says, "Good morning, RGR. Des Moines, Iowa, headed for Nebraska." I'm going to Nebraska. Earl and Joan Noble say, "Good morning. It's always good to see you guys out there." And Trucker Boaston says, "Good morning, RGR family." Hit that like button. Get into the conversation. Make the miracle happen. Got a full lineup. Kevin Lindsay's going to finish his HVAC today. A lot of conversations as well. Our friends from Trucking Tributes are going to be here for Rees Across America as we begin our trip to Arlington. The starter pistol has gone off. We went to Chillicothe, and going to Chillicothe means we got some nominees, by the way, for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence from our friends at Fastport, who, by the way, sponsor this particular studio. We got phone calls coming in as well. Who do I got?
Oh, 100%. Chowder, how was it meeting Pack Rat, brother? Tell us about it.
Hey, guys. How we doing this morning, RGR family? Dre, Jimmy, Turtle, wherever you're swimming around or walking around. Madison with a T of the capital of Wisconsin, but not spelt the same. Hope everybody's well.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. Hey, by the way, you both look exactly like I thought you would look. I knew how you look, but now that I've seen you and the Rat of Pack, you guys look exactly the way I thought I would look. And I was actually, I won't lie, very relieved that you guys won a bunch of Boom Bilattis.
Yeah, it was great. You know, little story, you may not know it, but Dre does. Pack Rat and I did not start out on the best of foot liking each other on phone calls in. But the more we reached out and called and talked to each other, we found we had more similarities than we did non-similarities. Mm-hmm. And he's been a pretty good friend to meet and talk to, and now finally actually meet. He's a real good guy, and yeah, he's all right. And don't take it wrong, but he's pretty good for a Canadian. And you know, it was good to see him. He kept in contact. I was actually home. We had just came back from we went downtown and we ate at a little steam burger. I don't know why this steam burger thing ever took it off, but smash burger or whatever they are. I like a little bit more meat in my burger, but we had just eaten, and so it was unfortunate when we met him. It was dinner time for him, but not for us. But yeah, that was great. But I was really calling and talk about my little bit of hike I went on.
Ah,
Go on.
continue.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad hike. So I wasn't able to do the Custer hike, Crazy Horse hike, because I had to go to work for Sunday. You know, this dang work thing gets in my screwing around. But so the wife wanted to go to Spearfish Canyon and see the colors, the leaves, so we did. And up there's a place where they film Dances with the Wolves, the wood scenes and all that, and it's called Rough Lock Falls. So we go up there, and it's a snowmobile side-by-side, nice hotel, bistro, winery, boutique area. Good places for the wives that don't like to hike. And their hike is 37 feet from the parking lot to the building. The rest of us nature walkers, there's a nice cold, clear brook that I walked, and if you look in some of the pictures, if I send them to you, you can see the fish in it. And it was only a 1.5 mile hike with 1,000-foot elevation change, but
Only.
the leaves were, yeah, it was nice. You've been up through there, Dre. You rode that canyon.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, the outcrops looked nice, the multicolors, because it was just enough moisture on them. The water was a little low, but you still got some of the good waterfalls. Chowder may have taken a side step or two off the trail and went into the cave. You're not supposed to behind the waterfall because, you know, I'm such a rule follower. Came back out, walked a little further, and I found that nice little herd of 7 or 8 mountain goats with a couple little lambs in there. I've never been able to walk quite that close up to them, but that was kind of a cool excursion on the 1776 original Deadwood Trail hike.
Nice.
Let me ask you something. So it's 1,000-foot elevation, the gradation, meaning from beginning to end, you walk at 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet higher. How many miles was the walk?
How many miles was what?
How many miles was the walk in total? How far did you go on the walk?
I don't know. It says it's 3/4 mile each way, so I went 3/4 mile each way, which is 1.5 miles. My Pokemon Go does not keep track of how many additional miles in elevation changes, but it did tell me it was something like 7 kilometers.
Well, you know, and the thing is, the reason I ask all of that is because, you know, 1,000 feet gradation change is not bad if you're going about a mile. That's okay. I mean, that's not a steep incline. That's just more of a change in the oxygen and the breathing situation. It's not bad at all. That's a good walk. Yeah.
How many Pokemon did you catch on that trail?
17.
Dang!
Well, I only know that because I needed to catch 15 to get a sticker, and I caught 2 extra ones that were cool. But I do know that this hike of 1,000-foot elevation change was not as bad as the 6,000 that I did in Yellowstone.
Let me ask you something. I know you're into the Pokemon. Are you into the geocaching?
You know, I never did the geocaches, but I probably would. I mean, anything that gives me motivation to just go walk, I'm pretty much into.
Can you elaborate on that, Jimmy? Because I've been wanting to know more about that.
Oh, okay. It's really fun. Claire loves to do it. And I will, as a matter of fact, Claire will actually just walk into the apartment and go, you want to go geocaching? Yeah, sure. So geocaching is the best way to kind of put this as a real-world treasure hunting game. It involves using GPS-enabled devices. You search for hidden containers, and they're known as geocaches.
Okay.
Located at specific...
And then you move them when you find them.
Yeah,
hold on 1 second there.
Don't do that. No, what you do is what you'll have, Dre, is people will have tubes, and you'll unscrew the top of the tube, and you'll take out a sheet of paper, and it'll have all the names of all the people that found it. You sign your name, and you put it back to where it was.
Okay, that's rad.
That's what you do. So you use the GPS technology to navigate the locations, and it's really kind of fun because they'll often have clues as to where it is. Is that you go online, and you'll have a series of clues, you know, that'll be hidden someplace, but if you read the clues, they'll have that. Sometimes they actually have answers to riddles inside of the caches that you can check out, by the way. It can be enjoyed by almost anybody. The people who do night geocaching, which can be spooky and fun. Claire's talked about that occasionally, putting together kind of creepy geocaches that you kind of go out there and unscrew the cap and get like ghost stories or don't look behind you, you know, stuff like that.
So what we're saying is we're probably going to start doing that soon, Chowder.
Yeah.
You should. It's fun. The only difference and it's because of the time they came out, I think, in design, but I like the Pokemon Go more than the geocaching idea. I would like to go geocaching, but the Pokemon Go ones, that you got to get, like your spinners and stuff, are usually centered, or I haven't found one that isn't, centered around historical markers. Like something historical happened in time. Like it might be the period of a different geostructure, like sand and burnt down and then built up, that stuff. Or it might be like I find them in Dodge City, like where some major cattle wrestling event happened, or in Deadwood it was where Wild Bill was shot and where they caught the shooter, or it's some of the. That's why I like the Pokemon thing, because generally where I go end up when I see these spinners and markers, it's something historical I'm going to learn.
Yeah, and there, by the way, in regards to geocaching, there are things like that, but you've got to find those websites and kind of set yourself up for that as well, too, Dre. And the Pokemon thing, the system is kind of put into place where it's already there. And like I said,
Nice.
it removes some of the heavy lifting so you can get down to the business of walking and finding.
Yeah.
So a lot of people really like that with Pokemon. That's really cool. I'm glad you're into that, dude.
Thank you all for elaborating on that, because I keep hearing it, and I just haven't asked. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. Anything to get this nerd moving, I'm down.
It's treasure hunting.
Yeah.
It's adult treasure hunting.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you get to be a kid again. We're all kind of figuring out late in life how we can actually go back to a little bit earlier in our life and enjoy the things that maybe we didn't take full advantage of when we were kids, or at least not be as mindfully present for them while we were, because we thought they'd never end.
Yep.
And we now know they will, so we might as well get into as many as we possibly can.
Man, Chowder, I hope you have an excellent rest of your day. We got to get ready for this next guest.
You do that. I'm going to let you guys go with all my love, because I made my wife wait to get back to her while I was talking to you. So we'll talk to you guys all.
Thank you, man. Guys, Kevin Lindsay's coming up next here. We're going to be talking HVAC, finishing up that conversation, and then we got a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to pivot to in the month of October, which begins tomorrow.
And just give everybody a heads up, we are back up on Facebook, so y'all can go jump there if you need to, or you want to spread the word. Thank y'all for being patient with us.
Thank you, everybody out there. Keep spreading the word. And by the way, share that Join the Resistance post that we made. We're going to keep making posts like that throughout the month of October. Really want to get these numbers up on the tube of you in particular. Yak it up on the tube of you. Find some FaceTime on Facebook. Hey, man, have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. You are a member of the gang. Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this break with our good friend Kevin Lindsay.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, we shift, we pivot, as it were. Pivot! We're going to do a little pivot, and Lindsay Lawler will join us as we go about the business of moving from making a living, as we will do in just a moment here, to actually getting ourselves a life. But there's a lot of stuff going on the highways and byways, and before I welcome that next guest, what do you say, Dre, that we actually merge this situation into the news? The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration showed up to the Guilty by Association truck show with a clear message. Common sense is back on the table. Those are the words of Michael Hampton, FMCSA's Senior Policy Advisor, during the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association Town Hall Forum at GBATS. Truck drivers had a lot to say. The English language proficiency, the hours of service, and the ELDs all took center stage. The discussion between FMCSA and drivers took place just a few hours after the U.S. Department of Transportation announced new restrictions on non-domicile CDLs. You can hear all of that conversation yesterday with both Jamie Jones and Dave Nemo throughout all of Nemo Nation. It's available for replays everywhere that you get your podcast on this National Podcast Day. Top of mind, all of that drove a large portion of the hour-and-a-half town hall where drivers voiced concerns, suggestions, and frustrations over a wide range of regulations. Hampton, apparently, according to the story over in Landline, appeared to be sympathetic to those comments. We cannot sit in an ivory tower in D.C. and shout regulations from the rooftop and expect millions of drivers on the roads to understand them and adapt to them, Hampton told the crowd at GBATS. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. And, of course, it's another edition of our friends over at TA Petro, and of course that means our real friend there, Mr. Kevin Lindsay. He is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. It's good to have you back. Hey, friend, how was your weekend?
Well, it wasn't too bad there, Jimmy. How you doing?
Well, yeah, we're kind of rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling our way along, getting through things. It's funny because we're wrapping up HVAC on the last day of September, which for many New Orleanians, don't know if you know this, is in fact for them maybe an opportunity to cool things off on the outside rather than on the end. But we've been kind of getting into the weeds on this, and we talked about the idea of air blowing from the vents, all speeds, using the thermometer and measure the temperature closest to the center of the dash, all that kind of stuff. Let's pick it up where we kind of left off, and really, I'm gonna give you a break and not take you into the weeds, and let you take people through what they need to do to make sure, in all seasons, that the HVAC is in fact working.
Oh, absolutely, and you kind of touched on a lot of it there. A lot of it is HVAC, air conditioning, or let's just say HVAC, because that includes heating, right? And see, that was my whole point with all this, to kind of talk about it, because a lot of times we think of the AC system as just during the summer, Now, of course, those of us like you, Jimmy, South Louisiana, anywhere in the South and in Texas, it's more than just the summer, because the summer's extended, for most of us in the South for quite some time. But the key really is the heating side of that, because when we move into the cooler months, a lot of times the system gets overlooked, but you shouldn't, because you should look at everything, kind of touchy-feely. HVAC's I've always kind of described it like that. It's one of those touchy-feely subjects. Now, what I mean is, it can be a little touchy-feely, especially as the drivers when it goes out, right? Especially in the middle of the summer.
Oh my God!
HVAC. but it's also touchy-feely because you need to touch things and feel things. Are things still working the way they should? Do things feel right? Because that's what it's about, right? Is that air? Does that air temperature feel right coming out of the dash? Just feeling it with your hands, does it feel like it's blowing properly? All of those types of things. So it's always one of those things. That's one reason I always kind of throw a I don't know, dad joke, pun, whatever you want to call it in there with the whole touchy-feely thing on air conditioning.
No, I couldn't agree more. And by the way, we talked about the football analogy about losing 18 pounds at the end of the season, about offensive linemen kind of shedding all that weight, that not being a good thing. And this is a really good time, especially, even for people who are above the Mason-Dixon line. The end of September is a really good time because you're asking your HVAC after cooling you off all summer long to begin to think about. You have to begin to think about how it's going to keep you warm, especially when we get to late December. People who drive, all the way across the country or drive multiple states, they're going to have to be comfortable too. And the one thing you don't want to have happen is to get through the summer in one piece and being nice and cool. And then because you didn't check on it at the end of the summer to see what kind of damage you did to it, you end up freezing your tuchus off in the cab during those long winter hours. So let's kind of talk about this. You said touchy-feely. I mean, the best place to start, of course, as we said before, is just check how hard the air is blowing from the vents. Is it coming out the vents at a good speed? Kind of take us through kind of a diagnostic. How you do it?
Well, I would say, kind of always, occasionally run through everything. You want to turn your blower up, at different speed levels. Probably have it on the face mode where it blows straight out the dash vents, so you can feel it real well. But once you get it on there and you kind of feel, you've got vents over, to the left of the steering wheel and the center of the dash, and you got some on the passenger side. Kind of feel of all of those, does it feel kind of blowing evenly across them, right? Then change your mode, go to defrost, go to floor mode, make sure you feel that air coming out of those modes and that you can hear doors and stuff changing. Most of our systems, on modern trucks are what we call blend air system, which is, the automotive world's used for years, but basically all it means is you've got a blend door between the evaporator and the heater core that it just turns the airflow off across the heater core during the summer. So you still have coolant, from the engine, hot coolant running through the heater core, but there's no airflow across it, so there's no transfer of heat there. So it's just blocked off. So when you move into those, it's been sitting there on full cold for 3 months, 4 months, whatever, right? And then all of a sudden you move it, it may not want to work, because I kind of go back to some of the stuff I was trying to allude to the last time we were talking about this, Jimmy, was, that truck's been sitting there. It's been sitting in that same position, all these little motors with plastic gears or whatever has been sitting in there with these inherent vibrations from the truck and going up and down that road for the last 3 or 4 months. And when you go to move it, it may kind of stick in places, it may not want to move. That mode door may not want to move that door just right. And it could stick. With the newer ones being computer controlled and stuff, typically, you could probably see some kind of code from that or something like that. But here's the funny part of that. With a lot of this newer technology and everything, when it sees something like that, it may actually not engage the AC compressor now because it sees an issue somewhere else. And if that's the case, now all of a sudden you don't have, AC working. But not only that, you're not going to be drying, because if that compressor is not going to kick in, you're not going to be helping dry that air when you go to that defrost mode. When you start getting those foggy mornings or the frosty mornings and stuff like that. So that's why you always want to make sure that stuff works through all the different cycles by just basically doing a quick check of it all.
Really quickly, you made me think of something, by the way. I used to have a friend of mine. He would never turn his heater on to blow in his face. He would always put it on the floor mode, and he would call it heat on the feet. And the reason he'd phrase it that way is he said, everything else of me can be cold. If my feet are nice and warm, I'm good to go. I'm okay in that situation. But it really is, to kind of go back, and then we'll kind of move forward again. It really is kind of important to kind of run the entire system. And to run it large. that's such a big deal, because you'll get a real sense of, what is not working. But the question that you actually just answered for me is that a lot of times you think one thing is wrong, but it's actually the rest of what is right, kind of saying we're not doing anything until you fix this other thing, right? I mean, if I'm hearing you correctly,
It's highly possible, especially with, computerized circuitry and everything nowadays, things being run by computers, because they can be, there's so many different things, a lot of people don't realize, but, there's certain truck models and different things out there nowadays that we're in such a modern age that a lot of these newer trucks, when the truck is running at idle, you're meeting emissions levels and different things like that. The AC function can have what they call economy mode on certain models and things like that, meaning that based on emissions levels, it could actually help control the AC compressor kicking in and out to help meet emissions and meet that fuel economy that's required for certain emission levels and things. So it's a little different. It's not the same as it always used to be. So.
No, and I have to tell you, it is, what is not frustrating for me, what is fascinating for me is, I'm sorry, we're going to go to the weeds. I have to ask you, is there ever going to be a time, again, although there are some rumblings in certain states about kind of lifting certain restrictions, where people are actually ever going to be able to be their own shade mechanics again, where people actually can do this work on their own? Because it's not possible a lot of the time, because you've got so many computers in there and you've got so many things that are, working with other things. Is there ever going to be a time when folks can be like, I'll take care of that myself? Because it doesn't feel like there ever will be again.
Well, I don't think we've moved completely away from that just yet, because, it is still possible, because after all, no matter how many of these electronic sensors and gizmos and gadgets or whatever you want to put on these systems, when it comes to an AC system or just the HVAC system in general, it's still about physics, It's still about the physics of it. That refrigerant, it's all about the heat exchange. So, sure, there's, you can still keep that condenser on the front of that truck, from stopping up, with bugs, dust, debris, bird feathers, whatever, right? There's so many things these trucks pick up on the front of those trucks out there going down the road. There's plastic bags flying around in places, and just even the smallest of the debris a lot of times can stop airflow at certain points through that system. Well, even if it's only I don't know, let's just say a 5-inch by 5-inch piece of something that has stopped airflow, as the refrigerant moves through that condenser, as it's going through there, or even as the coolant moves through the radiator, or as the charged air moves through that charged air cooler after that turbocharged air, those heat exchangers on the front of that truck, if it's blocked up, there's going to be points of that where the exchange is, the heat is not exchanging properly. So it's going to affect some of those things. Now, the bigger the area, obviously, the more issues you're going to have. I can remember years ago, starting out in this industry, we saw a lot of shutters and things like that on the front of trucks, during the winter time, and they operated automatically. It seemed like, some of them operated off air pressure. I mean, shoot, even back in the day, there was vacuum. There was vacuum pumps on some of these things. So it was kind of odd, to see how everything's evolved over the years, when you stop and look at it. But nowadays, it's still about, everything's designed that, this many square inches of heat exchange I have for these components, so that should work. But when you just block up a small portion of that, all of a sudden it's not working exactly as designed. So now computers may notice that and may adjust the way it's working. So even by fixing it, you could still fix that problem yourself. The system is going to adapt. It's almost, I'm not going to say it's AI, but it kind of is, depending on how you really want to define that, artificial intelligence piece,
Well, yeah,
But,
I mean, it certainly
it's
is
kind of built in, right?
Yeah, it certainly is a if this, then that. If this happens, this will happen as a compensatory action. I mean, you're basically putting in a lot of data and a lot of information to let the truck know to do certain things in the case certain other things happen. Okay, let me take us through this really quickly. So we've checked to make sure how the air is blowing from the vents. We've checked all the vents, all the speeds. We've used a thermometer and a measure the temperature to the center of the bunk. We checked the door seals because you made a really big point of that last time we talked about this. Sometimes it doesn't feel the way you want it to feel because the doors aren't properly sealed. The filters, we talked about changing the filters. If you're checking, the windows should be down and not up. You want to see how this sucker works when it's under the worst possible conditions. We're looking for fresh air, not recycled. The fan should be cycling. Let's move on to the belt condition here and talk about, we've checked the condenser for debris. I mean, all of that stuff is there. Where should we go from that point as we're getting ready to make sure we got through the summer in one piece and not in pieces?
Well, and belt condition is the key component because I think it's one of those things that it kind of gets overlooked anymore because, in years past, years ago, we ran so many D belts, on diesel engines on big trucks, and everything went serpentine, many years ago now. But with serpentine belts, a lot of times they're overlooked because it's like, everything looks good. You don't really see the dry rot in those small grooves, that could be there. And then next thing you know, all of a sudden one snaps one day, and it's like, man, I wouldn't have thought that would have happened. But everything looked fine with it. But and it can, but you really got to check those. Tension on those serpentine belts becomes such a big player, a big factor in how long they actually work and can withstand. But most of them all do have a maintenance interval. Where the OEM says, at such and such miles, you really should replace this belt, regardless. Almost because it's only got so many life cycles. It's funny. That's one of those things for years. I've had people ask me in the past, it's really odd. This thing worked and worked and worked, and then all of a sudden one day it just quit. And I'm like, well, anything has a certain life cycle. By design, by the way it's made. Even our light switches on the wall in the house, and it's true for any switch or sensor or anything on a truck. There's only so many times it's gonna operate. And it's eventually gonna fail.
Well, I'm laughing about it, Kevin. This is kind of a morbid joke, but it's like, my Uncle Joe worked every morning. He would wake up and he'd be fine. And for 108 years, he would wake up and be fine. And then one morning he didn't wake up. I don't know what happened. I hate to put it that way, but at the end of the day, what ended up doing the final damage to my truck? Well, you turned it on.
Yeah.
You turned it on one too many times. That at the end of the day. So that's my other question too. So, how do you keep up with that, though? There's a lot of life cycles that go on inside of your truck. Is it helpful to have like a chart that basically says, don't forget the following things will meet their OEM life cycle on this date? Do you do that? Or do you just use the yearly maintenance kind of check-in to let them check on it?
Well, and you got to remember, too, most OEMs, whether it's car manufacturers, truck manufacturers, they're not going to make a lot of that information, totally publicly known. Hey, well, we know, this part number such and such. It's only got so many life cycles. You can only turn this thing on and off so many times, and it's going to eventually fail. Because the whole point of that, in order to sell vehicles, to make good products and everything last, they want to get it to that certain point that it's towards the end of its useful life, before it has to be replaced. So, yeah, and different components, one little thing changing on a truck can make such a huge difference. And a lot of it goes back, and I know I probably sound like a, beating on the same drum over and over here, but it goes back to anything that changes the way that engine actually operates, how efficient it operates, can change some of the harmonics, some of the vibrations that naturally come out of that engine. The roads you run, if there's certain harmonics and vibrations that get picked up and bumps and potholes, things like that, there's only so many of those. It's going to change how long some of these things actually can last. I know I probably sound very vague and, kind of like I'm grasping for straws at something here, but
no, I don't think you are.
True,
I think it's a certain level of I don't think you're grasping at all. I think it's a certain level of mindfulness that we have to apply, is the sense that it's like, even if everything is going fine, it's why maintenance is so important. The idea that maintenance is your way of kind of making sure you check on things before they're not fine. I've been driving for a while and everything's working really great. Maybe I should check on it. Everything's going great. Maybe I should have a moment to check in and see if everything will still be going great if I keep on doing what I'm doing. I want to talk, because we're going to run out of time here, and I want to make sure we talk about looking at humidity, because there is a lot. And you talk about the idea of those cold mornings. We always talk about summertime and all that, but as we head into the winter, that seasonal shift, and we'll talk about seasonal shifts in over the next couple of weeks. But as we head into the winter, the game changes too, because the moisture. People forget that when we head towards winter, the moisture that kind of develops around our engine, around our HVAC system, and all that stuff has a real impact on what goes on inside the truck, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Not only what goes on inside the truck, but what's going on to different components, on the truck on the outside as well, because we do tend to have a little bit drier conditions during the winter, right? Some of that humidity goes away. Now, of course, a lot of what I talk about is, here in the South and in the upper Midwest, around the Great Lakes, there's a lot of people always forget there's so much humidity up there. And during the winter even, it's still there.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, it's kind of odd to hear, but what I've seen is trucks that operate, in that Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio areas of the Great Lakes up through there. If they run up through there a lot, and the ones down in Florida running the coast and Louisiana, they're real similar with some of the failures you see, and a lot of it has to do with that simply the humidity levels that they're running in, that they're operating in, right? So, where ones running out in the Southwest may last longer on certain components and pieces, and just the opposite, there may be certain components and pieces that actually operate better in those higher humidities, and then others, fail sooner in the drier conditions. So different things can vary like that. So you just got to keep in mind, that environment that your truck's running in and everything for a lot of that. So I know it sounds more philosophical than anything, but it's all physical. It's all about the physics of it all. So it really is.
No, and and like I said, there are some, there are things you just have to keep checking, especially is, the idea, it's such a simple thing, but you have to kind of keep checking this stuff in regards to, like, if you have humidity, you should have water dripping. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you've got to just keep on checking for. I mean, and we can, like I said, we've got a lot of stuff to kind of crush in here. The HVAC codes, the fan shroud condition. What do you want to touch on? Because we've only got like 4 minutes left here, Kevin, and we got a lot of stuff.
When you're doing those pre-trips and everything, you've got the hood pulled over. As you're checking the belt, feeling of the belts, naturally, engine's off. You're just checking and feeling everything. Feel the fan blade. Make sure make sure nothing feels loose there. The fan shrouds, you just kind of look at it, make sure, bolts haven't worked loose. That can change not only the airflow, but now you could become in danger of that fan when it engages, hitting something. And, fan blades nowadays are plastic, shrouds are all plastic. So when those things, when that fan engages, if there's something that it touches, or even as the air moves, some of this plastic that these things are made of, they kind of swell and expand or whatever. So if something touches, you could end up shattering a lot of this, and now you've got plastic shards, flying around that with a lot of velocity and force, and they can go through radiators and different things like that. Not to mention, could hurt things. So that's why you always want to just kind of check on all that, feel all that. One thing I see that does get overlooked a lot is evacuator valves for the AC system, and even for the air filter for the engine. There's evacuator valves. A lot of people don't really know the actual name of these things, but it's, you just gotta open them up and make sure that moisture is coming out of that for the evaporator, for the air box, for the AC system, or for the HVAC system, and make sure that it's free. It's, there's no debris built up in it, because you can get so much, dust and things like that can get built up inside of there, and then it may not drain properly. And if it don't drain properly, now you've ended up with excessive moisture in there and airflow, and it kind of starts freezing things up as it picks that moisture up, and you may even see like some like a mist sometimes coming out of the dash vents or something, which is totally the opposite of what you really want, especially in defrost mode.
Yeah, that's not air conditioning. Yeah, that is not air conditioning. That's the exact opposite of air conditioning.
A swamp cooler.
I'll tell you what's really funny.
Cooler, basically.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's really funny for me. I saw a note here, and we're out of time, but I saw a note here that made me laugh. Where just to give you guys a heads up, Kevin sends me a lot of notes so we can talk about this stuff as Kevin Lindsay joins us on Maintenance Matters. No water should be dripping in the passenger floorboard. I haven't seen that, by the way. And I remember that back in the day. I remember all of the cars I used to get into where you'd look over in the passenger floorboard and there'd be a little puddle of water, and I knew there wasn't a leak in the car. I haven't seen that in forever, but it still happens.
It does. And typically it happens because, so many of these components are built and put together, more precise than they used to be. So if that evacuator valve that's on the outside of the truck is not dripping that stuff, it can actually build up inside there, and it will eventually come out in that floorboard.
Yeah. And by the way, the real nightmare is when it comes out on the floorboard and you end up having an ice rink on the floor of your passenger side. That's a really great time. Kevin Lindsay has joined us this morning. You guys know the drill. You know who he is. He is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Thank you, my friend. We will have much more to talk about soon. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you.
Every Tuesday, Maintenance Matters, by the way. We're going to come back on the other side with another Every Tuesday thing. Trucking Tributes with Reeves Across America. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Lindsay's coming to save the day in about an hour.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Tuesday.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. And today on Trucking Tributes, I'm speaking with Glenn Horak. Glenn is the owner of OJCS Enterprises, and he is leased to Prime Incorporated out of Missouri. Glenn, thank you so much for taking time out to join me today on the show.
Oh, no problem.
I love to unpack for all of our listeners, Glenn. It's how I always start Trucking Tributes, to get an idea of how it is that you decided you wanted to be in the trucking industry to begin with. How did that all happen?
Well, I've always liked trucks all my life, and just at the time, I needed a job, and I had a friend of mine that was running a trucking company, and he trained me, and been doing it for the last 42 years.
So nobody in your family or anything that led you down that path, or
Nope.
just your love of trucks?
Nope. Yep.
Wow, that's awesome. Was it intimidating when you started at first?
No, not really. My formal training was 3 trips around the parking lot and back into 2 docks, and I've been doing it on my own ever since. So.
Holy moly. And now what I put you through is amazing. So when you started out with
Yes, it is.
when you started out with this company, what were you hauling, Glenn, and where were your routes?
I was throwing a reefer, and we were hauling just anything and everything, and we ran all 48 states.
That's awesome. What do you like about it? Why are you still doing it today?
I like the independence of not having somebody leaning over your shoulder all the time. You know, once I get my load, I pretty much do my thing, and they leave me alone. And just, you know, I've always been kind of a loner, and it's just by myself, and it works out great.
Yeah, but you've seen quite a bit in your travels, I can assume.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a ton of things. And in the last 15 years, I've been running a team with my wife, so I got her out there with me, too. So.
Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent. I love to hear that you are able to bring her in as well. So what's it like for those uninitiated? I know a lot of folks listening to Trucking Tributes, Glenn, are completely familiar with the concept, but running teams and then running teams with your spouse, wow, that takes some patience maybe, huh?
Well, if you think about it, marriage itself, it takes a lot of patience. And you put it all in a little bit, you put it all in a little bitty box, and some days gets interesting. But for the most part, it's great.
That's awesome. A great way to be able to spend time together and see the world, as it were. So, Glenn, I met you, I believe, I'm not going to say how many years ago because I'm sure time has flown for both of us, but I'm thinking it was at a TCA convention. And you, sir, as I recall, were picking up an award. So tell me about that a little bit and what sort of awards you've won in your trucking career.
Well, for the TCA, I was a finalist 3 times for Owner Operator Year, and I won it on the 4th time in 2021, Owner Operator Year. Same year, I was Missouri Trucking Association's Driver of the Year. and I'm coming up on 5 million safe miles. I've been Missouri Driver of the Month 8 times. I've been Prime's Driver of the Year twice. And I've got recognition from the House of Representatives and I think what the other body is at the department right now. But I've got plaques from them for my driving.
Wow. That really is an impressive lineup, an impressive resume that obviously speaks to your character and integrity on the road, Glenn. It's really something. Now, I'm curious, with all of that experience behind you, have you done any training of other drivers or anything along those lines, Glenn?
I did up until my wife came out on the road. I trained 27 drivers before I quit training.
Wow. Wow. What was that experience like?
For the most part, it was good. Like anything else, every once in a while you get, somebody that just don't want to cooperate. It's good to pass your knowledge on to somebody that's just getting in the industry. And, we need drivers.
That's true. The industry does need drivers, and it's so great that they can learn from someone like you with the experience and the safe miles that you have on those tires and so forth. So, what are some of the experiences that you can think of, Glenn, that have struck you the most in team driving with your wife?
Mainly the amount of miles you can put in as a team is because we ran a dedicated run for 5 years from Miami to Northwest Canada and back once a week. And we ran 7,200 miles a week for 5 years, and it wears on you, but it's enjoyable too.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's a lot of miles. That's magnificent. Tell me when you first, sir, heard about Wreaths Across America.
Oh, it's been back in the early 90s. And I've done 3 different regular runs, and I've done Arlington twice. Once just a straight trip, and I did the convoy 3 years ago, I think.
Oh, excellent. So many professional drivers, and I am speaking with Glenn Horak,
Yeah.
by the way. Glenn Horak is professional driver with OJCS Enterprises, leased to Prime Incorporated out of Missouri. We do, of course, want to thank the folks on RadioNemo for having us on the show today. And on Trucking Tributes, we love to talk, Glenn, about your experience. So what was your very first experience with Wreaths Across America? And we'll unpack some of those other experiences as well. But what was your first run, and what was it all like for you?
My first run was multiple drop and ended up in Springfield, Missouri at the Veterans Cemetery. And it's just an honor to do that because you're honoring the people that can't participate no more. They did their job. And they're not no longer here. So to honor them it is an honor to do it.
Yeah. Did you come all the way to Maine on your first trip?
Yes, I've been to Maine. Every time I've run them, I've come out of Maine.
Okay, I know, because we do have cross docks that operate all over the country, and we want to let our drivers listening today to Trucking Tributes to know that you do not necessarily have to come to Maine if that's too much of a haul,
right,
too much of an expense, so you are able to do that. So your very first haul, and then you came up to Maine. Now, was your wife with you the first time as well?
No, I did that one by myself.
Okay, all right. So when did the wife?
Well, I take that back. I think I had a student with me on that.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. So you got to share that experience with a student as well. That's interesting. When was your wife's first experience with Wreaths Across America?
Hers was 5 years ago, I think. And actually it was the same run, but it was here. It was, 5 years ago instead of back in the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, she feels the same as I do. It's an honor to be able to do it. I don't know how to explain it, but I enjoy it. Like I said, the camaraderie up there, when you're up there in Maine amongst the drivers, everybody up there is professional. It's it's just fun, enjoyable, and it's a privilege, actually.
That's so
I
kind
mean,
of
we volunteer. We don't get paid to do it. We volunteer to do it. And I would do it every year if I could. Just sometimes, it don't work out.
Sometimes life does interfere occasionally, as you certainly well know, and gets in the way of that.
Yep.
But I really appreciate you sharing that sentiment today on Trucking Tributes, Glenn, because it really is. I love just watching and witnessing the camaraderie at the Drivers Lounge in Maine when all the drivers get together and the stories and the laughs that they share. It's just so cool being a part of that and seeing all that unfold as drivers come in from all across the country, of course. And this year, going into 2025, we are at over 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. So, as you mentioned earlier on in the interview, the industry itself needs drivers. Well, Wreaths Across America needs the industry, the transportation industry, in order to remember, honor, and teach. And, we are growing every day as we speak. And now, getting into September, we're technically in season at this point. So we're getting ramped up and ready to rock and roll and really starting to get to the nitty gritty of knowing where our open lanes are going to be. So if you haven't, as a driver, and you are a member of our honor fleet and you haven't heard from us yet, go ahead and pick up that phone or get on the email and check in, because they are really needing to know at this juncture where the open lanes are going to be. And if you haven't checked in with us yet to get re-established for 2025, the Transportation Division absolutely needs to know and hear from you without a doubt. If they haven't already reached out to you, or if they've reached out and you haven't responded yet, please do that now, because, no joke, September, we're looking down the barrel, if you will, as an expression that National Wreaths Across America Day this year is Saturday, December 13th. So it was really creeping up on us fast. Now, Glenn, I know you mentioned that you got into driving really young and you started that and you've been a professional driver ever since. But did you have any military background at all to speak of?
Yes, I was in the Marine Corps from 1977 to 1983.
I thought you served, sir. I thought that was part of my memory bank. And tell me why the Marine Corps for Glenn?
Well, my dad and my uncle were both in there, and that kind of persuaded me to go that way.
Well, Glenn, I have heard some people say, geez, my dad was in the Marines, so I decided to go into the Navy or the Army or what have you. So,
oh, yeah. I understand that, too.
I love it.
But
yeah, go ahead.
I like the honor that the Marine Corps does. Seems like they're the most professional, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. What was your service like? Where and how did you serve, sir?
Well, I'd have probably stayed longer, except I spent my whole tour in California. If they'd let me go somewhere, I'd have probably stayed in longer, but I was tired of California when I got out.
Had enough of that West Coast, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recall, Glenn, as your favorite part, if you will, of your military service with Marines?
Well, my favorite part was pretty much the camaraderie of the troops. I mean, you were there for each other. It's just kind of famous trucking. Everybody's there for each other. It's not so much that way in trucking right now. There's a lot of discourse and everything out there, but for the most part, the camaraderie is what I enjoyed the best out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. No discord at that Truckers Lounge, though, in Columbia Falls, Maine, for Wreaths Across.
No, there's not.
In fact, I gotta say, one of my funniest stories with Trucking Tributes is, and I can't remember who the driver was, but he cracked me right up. And he said, it's the only place on the planet that you can get all of these truck drivers together in one place and no one's bitching and complaining about anything. I just love
it. Everybody's there for a common goal.
Yes.
And like I said, it's an honor, and you're there for the people that you're honoring, not for yourself.
Absolutely true. So, for those uninitiated, so those listening to Trucking Tributes today, Glenn, that have decided, or haven't decided yet to get on as a member of the Honor Fleet, describe for them what the process is, because a lot of folks don't know. This may be their first year and are a little apprehensive
Right.
because they don't know what to expect. So, unpackage it for people.
All right. Well, my experience is, you go to Maine. You usually spend a couple days there by the time you're loaded and get out of there. If you're just doing a regular run, you go, take off on your own. Most of the time, when you get close to your delivery, you'll have a police escort into the cemetery. There's always people there to unload for you. And they're all very grateful. A lot of times they'll bring you food and they'll give you gift cards and they'll give you candy and it's just everybody's in an upbeat mood and that's pretty simple. Now the Arlington one, if you do the convoy, now that is just awesome. You go through a lot of small towns, you meet a lot of people. The kids are on the sidewalk waving their flags and waving and it's amazing.
It really is a good feeling. It is a good feeling. And, so a lot of the drivers that come up to the driver's lounge, they check in, they get their load, which, we've perfected over the years, I must say. We've gotten better and better because we've taken the positive, constructive feedback from our professional drivers, from our transportation companies, as to how do we perfect the process? How do we make it easier for you? How do we make it faster for you? So when you come up to the driver's lounge, as Glenn mentioned, you might be able to hang out for a day or two, depending upon where your load is going. And we hope that you do, because we want you to take it all in, and we want you to see everything that there is to see in Columbia Falls, Maine, not just the driver's check-in lounge, but we want you to check out the National Wreaths Across America Museum. We want you to see the tipland where these boughs, these balsam fir bouquets are taken from the trees. And, just to remind folks on Trucking Tributes that these trees are not cut down. This is a very sustainable project, and the trees are literally tipped at the top, and then branches are gathered from the sides in a process that's referred to as tipping, and that is a regular seasonal process here in Maine with the balsam fir. And it's just an amazing process because each year that allows the tree to be pruned, if you will, and it makes the tree more robust each year, and the tree isn't touched for the next 3 years, so they kind of rotate out so that tree has a chance to really grow and so forth. And then you can also place dog tags. Curious, Glenn, did you have that experience when you were with us?
No, I didn't, but I will when I'm up there this year.
Oh, yes, sir. Please do. You can place a dog tag for your service. And as Moral Worcester, our founder, will tell you, you can select your family tree out on the balsam fir tipland. We make a replica dog tag for you, no charge, and you are able to select a tree. And I just love Mr. Worcester's attitude about it, because he says, once you've selected that family tree on the tipland, then they ask if it's okay if they come by and tip that tree, which I think is a great attitude. But that way, that your tree where your dog tag is placed becomes a living memorial for other veterans who are going to be honored with that veterans wreath on December 13th. So that's kind of cool. So we hope that people all do that. But as Glenn mentioned, if you're able to hang out and not leave until Sunday when the actual Arlington escort departs, you become part of the escort to Arlington, at least through the state of Maine, until you have to peel off, sometimes New Hampshire, even further down. But you are able to see the whole morning program, the security briefing. You get to take off with the annual wreath escort. Now, Glenn, you were able to actually do the full escort, and you talked about the kids and so forth, but as a veteran, I'm curious about what your viewpoints were in terms of some of the stops and ceremonies that we made along the way.
Oh, well, all the ceremonies were ideal. They, we always kind of show up a little late, but we yeah, I've enjoyed all the ceremonies, and I go to every one. I don't sit out of the truck like some guys do, but I go to every one of them, and it's an honor. You know, the whole process is honoring a veteran, and most of the ceremonies are the same way. They also honor the families of the veterans, which I think is a great thing too. Gold Star families, I think, is an awesome thing.
We have lots of traveling VIPs on the annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery. As Glenn mentioned, we have Gold Star families, Blue Star families, military veterans. They all ride with us in our marvelous Chevy wrapped vehicles, and we have a VIP bus. And it's about the only time when professional drivers want to see all those blue lights surrounding them and getting them safe.
Yep.
And you know, Glenn, you brought up an interesting point too on Trucking Tributes, that even if you're not part of the big annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery, many of our volunteer location coordinators throughout the country make sure that it's a special time for you coming into their location, and they arrange an escort with Patriot Guard riders and law enforcement and so forth to actually bring you into the cemetery. Speak to me, Glenn, a little bit, for those who aren't familiar, about some of the volunteers, what we refer to as our boots on the ground. So when you get to a location that you're taking the veterans wreaths to, what's that process like?
For the most part, it's just normal, everyday people that are out there to honor the veteran. You know, you'll have people from 12 to 80 out there unloading them wreaths. There's, it's all facets of society that come out, and like I said, they're all happy. They're wanting to do it, and they just make it enjoyable.
You and your wife must have had discussions during the escort, of course, following the experience. Does she have a favorite part, or do you have a favorite part that you can actually point to?
Not really. We kind of just enjoy the whole thing because, like I said, each community has different stuff set up as you drive by and different people out there. I mean, my most enjoyable part is actually getting to Arlington because that's what everything is all about, is getting there and honoring the fallen.
Yep. Honoring the fallen. Remember the fallen, honor those who serve and their families, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. That's the mission. The slogan for this year is Keep Moving Forward, inspired by the Byers and their son and Gold Star family and so forth. So we really encourage folks to keep moving forward with our theme this year. And that's so very, very important. And we need trucks. It's no secret at this point on Trucking Tributes. And I'm your host, Susan Patton, speaking with Glenn Horak. He is with OJCS Enterprises, leased to Prime Incorporated out of Missouri. We need trucks. Now is the time. If you've been sitting on the fence, if you've been listening to Trucking Tributes all year this year on RadioNemo and been saying, man, this sounds pretty cool, this sounds like something I can get behind, now is the time. Don't wait. September, before you know it, we're going to be loading up these trucks with the remembrance wreaths, and we are going to be heading down the pike. And this year in 2025, in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, we have well over 5,000 participating locations. So we are all throughout the country. Again, a reminder too, you don't have to come all the way to Maine. We understand, we realize that can be quite a haul, can be quite expensive. And if that's not your thing, then we have operating cross docks throughout the country. Our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, is always very quick to let you know that if there is a will to haul and become a member of the honor fleet, there is a way that our transportation division will make that happen. We will put partnerships together if we need to. If you've got the tractor but don't have the trailer, we can probably get you connected with somebody who's got the trailer, right? And make all of these different things happen. You know, as Glenn, as you know, and certainly as a military veteran, and we thank you for that, your service in the Marines, why do you personally think that our mission to remember, honor, and teach is such an important one?
It's extremely important because there's not enough of it that goes on out there. I mean, even in the schools, they're not teaching it. If somebody doesn't teach it, our children growing up are not going to understand it. This country, you got to teach the history of this country so it don't repeat itself. You need to, like I said, nobody teaches it, and if somebody doesn't, nobody will know it.
Absolutely. And certainly we are there to teach. It is so important as our generations have to understand that freedom is not free. Freedom comes at a cost, and there are sacrifices made by the members of our military. And as you mentioned, their families. We honor the families because at Wreaths Across America, we say the family serves as well. Anyone who's been in the military is probably shaking their head like, yeah, we get that. The family serves, not just the person who puts on the uniform.
That's it.
The oath, but everybody serves, and we want to honor that sacrifice. What do you know about this year, Glenn? Do you have any details yet as to what your mission will be?
I'm hoping it's going to be the convoy to Arlington.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it will be.
Great.
But for the people out there that are sitting on the fence, and whether you want to do it or not, just do it. It's an honor. You will feel great after you're done. It's just, it's enjoyable, and you'll cry, you'll laugh, you'll just have a good time.
Yep, you're so right, Glenn. You'll cry, you'll laugh. Emotional roller coaster, as they describe it, right? One minute you're crying, and
Yep.
the next minute you're laughing and slapping each other on the backs and saying, hey, attaboy, attagirl, good job, good job. And it really is a tremendous, tremendous camaraderie. And as we say at Wreaths Across America, all of our members of our honor fleet and their families are our extended families, along with the volunteers, the boots on the ground that are waiting. And they really do treat you well, Glenn, as you pointed out in your interview, and they wait for you. I mean, they're so excited for your arrival, and they try to make it
Yes, they are.
easy as possible for you. What are we not talking about, sir, that you think is important, whether it's about your own military service or your service as a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet?
Oh, well, we pretty much covered it all, but I still want to re-emphasize about, people that are sitting on the fence. Get out there and do it. You will enjoy it. It's an experience that once you do it, you'll probably come back every year.
Absolutely. Many, many a driver have told me as soon as they're done and their load is taken to the destination, that they're already thinking about the next year, which a little overwhelming for us at Wreaths Across America. We need just a smidge of a break in between because we're, kind of resting.
Right.
Say, holy Hannah, what did we just do with this country? And it is Americans. It's American citizens who are going online to sponsor these veterans wreaths. It's a $17 wreath. It is a veterans wreath. We are not decorating graves at Christmas time. That's not what this is about. What it is about is remembering our fallen, that sacrifice, honoring the families, and teaching the next generation the value of freedom. Glenn Horak, we really, really appreciate you. OJCS Enterprises, Lease to Prime Incorporated out of Missouri. Thank you so much for taking time out today to join me on Trucking Tributes.
Oh, thank you. Like I said, I've enjoyed it.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I love being a founding member, and I love being a part of this show. Good morning. This is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, Join the Resistance is the post today over at the Facebook, the Book of Face. Check it out, by the way. A number of you actually have put in photos of your Road Gang pin. We always love people representing out there. Members of the reconstituted Road Gang, thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for taking the drive with us. Thank you for being on the Tube of You. Some great chat is happening over there as we speak. Let's take a pivot here into the news for a second before we get to Highway to Health, shall we, Dre? Last week, a 3-day commercial vehicle enforcement operation was conducted at the Beckham County Port of Entry. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission, the OCC, assisted by ICE and the Oklahoma Department of Public Safety, specifically targeted CDL drivers and commercial truck drivers licensed and registered in the state of California. This effort resulted in the arrest of 130 commercial drivers for various violations. The OCC emphasized the danger posed to the public by large commercial vehicles and drivers who don't comply with weight risk requirements and other regulations designed to mitigate risk. Welcome back, by the way. One of the most important segments we do on this show is Highway to Health. It's something that Claire Marie and Dave started a long time ago. We continue that tradition on Road Gang Radio. What we're talking about today, by the way, is insidious. It is one of the most insidious diseases out there, and some good friends of this show actually suffer from it. It can lead to inflammation, and that in turn can damage various body systems, including the joints, skin, kidneys, blood cells, brain, heart, and lungs. It is insidious, and it's lupus that we're talking about, and we have two great people to have that discussion with us this morning on Road Gang Radio. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome to the show Dr. Dentata and of course her colleague, and we are thrilled to have them both here this morning. Wendy Rogers, Director of Care Support and Services, the Lupus Foundation of America, and I'm literally getting tongue-tied this morning, Dre. It has been that kind of morning. Kajita Dentata and Wendy Rogers join us this morning. Welcome to you both.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What we'll do, guys, is I will make sure that it doesn't turn into a Howard Hawks movie. I will actually use your names. I will say Doctor or Wendy, and that way you'll know who I'm talking to, and we won't kind of get on top of each other. Doctor, welcome to the show. Can you kind of unpack for us what lupus is? Give us the 30,000-foot view.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. My name is Khadija Dantata, and I'm one of the health education specialists at the Lupus Foundation of America. So I'd like to highlight what lupus is. Lupus is a chronic autoimmune disease that can damage any part of the body. It happens as a result whereby the body cannot differentiate between healthy cells and tissues and foreign invaders to the body. So this means the body is attacking itself. It is a heterogeneous disease, meaning that this disease may vary from a person to person. One person may complain of, for example, joint pain as their most difficult symptoms of lupus. Another person may complain of fatigue as their most difficult symptom. This is a brief overview of what lupus is.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too that a lot of people have heard. They've heard the term, all the time, and don't really have a sense of what it is it does. And I use the word insidious because there is a good friend of this show who actually is a sufferer from it. And can you kind of talk also as well? And then I got a question for Wendy. Can you kind of talk as well about how it manifests itself, when it manifests itself, and what kind of quality of life changes it begins to kind of, affect either immediately or over time?
So thank you so much for that question. Unfortunately, lupus can affect any organ system of the body. And depending on the organ system affected, that's what the type of symptoms the person may present with. For example, when lupus affects the brain or the nervous system, a person can present with symptoms like confusion, seizures, psychosis, and even depression and anxiety. The gastrointestinal system, or the system that surrounds the stomach and the intestine, can also be affected by lupus, and the person may present with symptoms like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and even weight changes. In women, the most common presentation when the reproductive system is being affected by lupus, they may present with symptoms like menstrual irregularities. They may even have pregnancy complications, miscarriages, and so on. A very important organ that lupus may affect is the kidneys, and this is when we term it lupus nephritis, when lupus causes inflammation to the kidneys, and a person may present with symptoms like swelling of the face and legs, foamy urine, and that is a very, very serious manifestation of lupus that needs to be addressed promptly. The largest organ in our body, the skin, is also being affected by lupus, and the most common presentation is the malar rash, which we see on which presents on the face, and it's commonly termed as the butterfly rash. And in terms of quality of life, or lupus does affect the overall quality of a person's life. It affects one's relationships, daily responsibilities, finances, and overall the ability to enjoy life. The studies have shown that it is estimated that about $50,000 is being spent by a person with lupus indirectly or directly. And these figures might be even higher in cases where a person has conditions like lupus nephritis or more severe or active lupus.
Wendy, I wanted to kind of turn to you, in regards to awareness. You're Director of Care and Support Services at the Lupus Foundation of America. I was kind of curious as well if people often get misdiagnosed, not with lupus, but misdiagnosed with other things before they learn that they have lupus. The idea, is it something that people miss because they're so focused on symptoms rather than the overall effect on a person's body? Or is this something that people are able to catch? Are doctors actually following up in a way that kind of says, let's check, let's just make sure this isn't lupus?
That's a wonderful question. And yes, lupus is often misdiagnosed. In fact, it takes an average of 6 years to correctly diagnose people with lupus, because people are often being treated for symptoms, not knowing the underlying systemic issue is that lupus is happening. And so it's very, very important to have conversations with your doctor to track symptoms. And then even on the medical side, we need more education among our medical providers. And that means multiple types of medical practices our specialties need to be educated on lupus. And so it's really difficult to diagnose. People see an average of 4 or more doctors as they're going through their journey trying to understand what's happening. And as Khadijah mentioned, it can present itself in many different areas. And so there's not a specific pattern. It's very unpredictable. symptoms can come and go. A lot of times people don't believe people with lupus because, at one moment they may see something happening, and then when they get to the doctor, it might not be there. And so one of the biggest challenges of living with lupus and diagnosing lupus is that people aren't often believed. And so it's very frustrating to make it to a diagnosis. And so, it takes several different pieces to put together this puzzle for diagnosis.
Dr. Khadijah, I was also kind of curious in regards to medical education, educating medical providers, in the idea that how does one go about, I guess, from a standpoint of diagnostic approach, how does one then go about saying, this just manifested this, and this could be a whole bunch of things, and sometimes you ameliorate the symptoms of the situation. You're actually able to get something under control, and then you move on. How does the patient stay informed enough to be able to ask the doctor, I don't want to tell you your job, but can we do some more tests? And how does the doctor say, this might just be this one thing, but let's go one step further? How do we get people to a point where both patients and physicians are comfortable kind of talking about that in regards to making sure we get ahead of the curve here? Because the question I actually do have, the follow-up is, if caught early enough, is that quality of life immensely improved by realizing this is happening?
Great question. Thank you so much for that. Yes, it is very important to catch symptoms early and to treat them appropriately. So while it's hard to diagnose lupus because, as Wendy mentioned, there's several factors that doctor may look at when diagnosing lupus. The hardest part is there isn't a single test for the diagnosis of lupus, unfortunately, and this disease has no cure. So the doctor will look at several factors in putting the pieces. It's like putting pieces of puzzles together to come to a conclusion that, okay, this person is confirmed to have lupus. For example, the doctor will look at their family history. If a person has a family history of lupus or any other autoimmune disease, this automatically increases their risk of developing conditions like lupus. What are their presenting signs and symptoms? What are their medical history? What kind of medications they're taking? In some instances, even certain lab tests may need to be done, like biopsies. A piece of the skin or organs like the kidney may need to be examined under the microscope to confirm if lupus has affected these organs. And again, yes, it is very important to have an open communication with your doctor for your doctor to be able to manage a patient well. And this can happen in instances where the patient should be able to document symptoms or any new symptoms they notice as they happen, any side effects of medications they notice. If they need to, we recommend them taking another person with them so that they take all the information they need and they make sure they understand all that was communicated between them and their doctors. And we highly recommend that they make sure that before they leave the doctor's office, there is a clear understanding of what their medication is for, how they should take that medication, and the side effects they should expect when taking that medication.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Wendy, that opens the door too, since you do so much work with care and support. I was kind of curious in regards to once the puzzle has been solved, once the pieces have been put together, how do you talk to the families of these people? Because lupus, there are a couple of other diseases I'm thinking of right now as well too, where people aren't believed. People often are suffering and kind of dismissed. How do you then sit down with not just the patient and their prospective long-term care, but how do you talk to the people who care about this person about how they can create an environment and a situation that allows this person to have the best quality of life moving forward?
That is a wonderful question, and it's so important because lupus doesn't just impact the person that's been diagnosed. It really does affect the whole family because, as Khadijah alluded to with the symptoms, for example, feeling extremely tired, that's not just I've worked all week, I've been running around with the kids. It's basically you can rest and rest and rest and not recover. And so, 1 minute you can be fine, the next minute you can't. So it's really important to open that dialogue because people often don't understand why there's not a consistent issue going on. A lot of times these issues aren't visible, but it could be quite, serious what the person is going through. So starting with the patient, just having that conversation saying, I'm not myself anymore. I am really having to modify what I do. And starting with those conversations, just from the patient. As far as the family, we offer a ton of support. And we've worked really hard to even diversify the type of support groups we have. We do have a place for caregivers as well because it can be frightening and confusing to your loved ones. And, it's sometimes difficult to have those conversations because people are afraid. They don't know what to expect. They can't compare their journey to other people. So it is the type of condition you have to customize and bring people on your team. As Khadijah said, you need an advocate sometimes. You can't even speak for yourself. And so it is a family thing. It is, something that impacts the whole person. We open up our education to everyone. And so we want people to understand that it's not just the patient for the resources. We also have a whole nother side of our work where we are working to build education for the medical community so everyone can be educated on this and be part of it. And so when we offer education and support, we're very intentional with letting people know that they're part of that conversation too. When people go into our support group spaces, especially loved ones, we take the time to explain to them how to help someone with lupus and for people with lupus to know that you often have to explain the best way to help you. And so it is a dual type of support and education, and having those conversations are really, really important. And we do have a ton of tools that people can use, videos, articles. Our health education specialists, as we have Khadijah here, can even work one-on-one. We've done family conversations, and so we're very open to supporting everyone with lupus.
Dr. Khadijah, by the way, before I forget to do this, lupus.org. We can make it really simple, lupus.org. You can also find them on Facebook at the Lupus Foundation of America, one word, and on Instagram and the X, formerly known as Twitter, at lupus.org. Lupus, O-R-G, is where you can get a lot of this information. One of the most demoralizing things about a chronic illness, regardless of what a person is suffering from, is that feeling bad all the time really saps your emotions, really saps your spirit, really affects your mood in terrible ways, which of course then becomes a cycle. It becomes this kind of brutal cycle of you feel worse, so you're mentally declining. The mental decline actually accelerates the physical benefits. Are there ways to kind of remediate that from a medical standpoint, from a physical standpoint? It's about the idea of being tired all the time. There's nothing worse than that, because when you can't find the strength to simply enjoy a holiday meal, when you can't find the strength to enjoy a young person's graduation, all of that stuff wears on you. What medical remedies are available to keep these people feeling as good as they possibly can and to keep their spirits up?
Thank you so much. That is a very important question because fatigue is one of the most commonly complaint symptoms of people living with lupus. So when we say fatigue, a lot of things might cause fatigue. So it's very important for the doctor to first and foremost evaluate what is causing that fatigue, because it might be lupus itself, it might be certain medications, it might be conditions like hypothyroidism, anemia, and so on. So first and foremost, the doctor will evaluate what is causing that fatigue. And it is very important to let the patient know to identify what trigger the flares, or that meaning increase in inflammation, which in turn can present as fatigue. So it's important to identify the triggers and how to avoid them. For instance, lupus patients are advised to stay away from UV light, that is from the sun or fluorescent light bulbs, to make sure that they are complying with their medications, to make sure they notice any sign of their medications. It's very important also to eat healthy and stay physically active. So staying physically active, again, comes back to the doctor, to have an open communication with the doctor to know what kind of activities one can engage in, because they do have fatigue as their signs of symptoms of flares. So it is important to have that open conversation so that they can be advised as to how intense or what kind of exercises they can engage in. It is important, again, to have be under the care or seek help from professional therapists. These professionals can help patients to navigate the feelings of anxiety, depression, and stress related to lupus. Another very important thing is to smoking cessation and reduction in alcohol intake is very, very important in keeping the symptoms at bay, and also learn to manage stress. Self-care isn't selfish, so one has to listen to their body, take the much-needed rest when they need to. It's hard, but one has to, do that, especially with chronic conditions like lupus.
Wendy, I'm going to ask you a question from a patient care standpoint and from a family care standpoint. A lot of people often, when someone is going through chemotherapy or going through any sort of cancer treatment, the family members will kind of take the burden on with them. Heads will be shaved, sacrifices will be made. In many ways, from what Khadijah is saying, what the good doctor is saying, is that the suggestion is you don't want to put things that are going to cause inflammation on top of a condition that already causes inflammation. And so I was kind of wondering if one of the best strategies is that, that family members, friends should really kind of watch what they eat around them too, to make sure that there aren't things in the house that are going to cause inflammation, to make sure that they're not creating a lifestyle around the person that is doing that, and to kind of embrace not the sacrifice, but the journey, to kind of change their lifestyles a little bit as well to accommodate this person and to make a little bit more room for their joy. Is there something to that?
That's a beautiful approach to supporting someone with lupus. Now, I do want to say there's not a specific lupus diet, but people do have to look at the specific way lupus has manifested itself. And you have food allergies, if you have specifics, then you do have to customize your eating habits and even your exercise. A lot of people with lupus have often been athletes and very active, and then, sometimes you can't even get out of the bed. Right. And so it's a huge change. And having a home and a support system that is sensitive to that is definitely something that would be helpful. With lupus, it can be quite isolating because you can't often do what you used to be able to do. You might lose your ability to work. You might not be able to surf anymore. You might not be able to run that marathon that you loved. And so having a family or a support system that embraces that and is kind of with you in this fight is just a wonderful thing. And it does play a part on not only your physical well-being, but your mental well-being, because a lot of times you don't know which way to go, who to turn to, and it's just wonderful to have family to embrace you. And unfortunately, a lot of times when people are in this diagnosis, they find themselves kind of moving through the journey alone. And so that's why we're so big on support and education, and even empowering people to realize that, if it's not their immediate family, to make a friend that lives with lupus so that you have someone that understands what you're going through. And so, yes, that is a big impact to have support in this journey and have people join you in making those decisions that are most helpful and most healthy, because it can be difficult to look around and feel like you're missing out or, you're just different.
Doctor, I was really curious about this too, because for the longest time, there were a lot of people who were sufferers of this, 30, 40, 50 years ago, where it was told, you're just a hypochondriac. I mean, there's always something wrong with you. And, of course, that wears down so much on people's souls. We're now at the point now when those words get said and the doctors have put the puzzle together, that there is a certain level of, I don't want to say relief, but at least a sense of, okay, now we understand what this is. Do you find that there is still a struggle to help more people understand that this is something that, that a lot of people don't have a full grasp on? Are we still at the point now where people, when you say lupus, kind of look at you and go, what? Or do you feel like we're reaching a point now when you say it, the weight of that word hits more and more Americans with an understanding of what we're dealing with here? Am I being clear about the question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean...
Thank you. Yeah, I do understand the question, and I believe now more than ever people are being more aware of the condition, and we're so happy and excited to say that there are people with lupus are living healthier and longer lives, all thanks to education, awareness, and research. And while there is no ultimate cure for lupus, there are treatment options available. So when the doctor put these pieces of puzzles together and comes to a conclusion, okay, yes, a person has a confirmed diagnosis of lupus, there's certain things that the doctor looks at before prescribing treatment to a person. The treatment plan definitely depends on a person's age, symptoms, general health and lifestyle of a person, because as I mentioned earlier, it is a heterogeneous disease. Not two people with lupus may present with the same symptoms, and it depends on the organ system affected. But ultimately, the treatment goal remains the same. And the treatment goals for any doctor treating a lupus patient is to control symptoms like the joint pain and fatigue, to reduce the overall inflammation that is being caused by this disease, and to reduce or suppress the overactive immune system, because in lupus, the immune system is overactive, and to prevent flares before they even happen and treat them when it does happen. And ultimately, the end goal for any lupus treatment is to prevent or minimize organ damage.
And provide a better quality of life, which it sounds like both of you guys are doing. Dr. Khadija Dantata has joined us this morning along with Wendy Rogers. The good doctor is a health education specialist at the Lupus Foundation of America. You can find them at lupus.org. Wendy is the director of care and support services of the Lupus Foundation. You can find them on Facebook at Lupus Foundation of America. That's one long word. Or on Instagram or on X, formerly known as Twitter, at lupus.org. Please check them out, guys, and please educate yourself on this. You probably know some people who have it and just never bothered to ask or find out. It's really important to get on top of this and to make sure that more people are aware and make sure that the people who have this condition continue to have a better quality of life with better outcomes. Thank you both for making time for us this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Guys, always tune in to Highway to Health. It's so important. Like I said, you have friends and family who probably are sufferers of this and did not know. Listen, understand, and be there for them like we are for you. And guys, look busy, by the way. Speaking of being there for us, Lindsay Lawler is going to be here for us in just a moment. Roll out that welcome mat. LaRue is coming.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in, hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Gotta tighten those bolts.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Amen, Lindsay.
Good morning, LaRue.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Oh, we're hanging in there, having a day over here in the city of New Orleans over at these Fastport Studios. How is Franklin, Tennessee, and the studio treating you over there?
It's fine. It's a beautiful morning here. Yeah, all is well.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. I can't. Can you? Who? It's our guest on. Everything is full disclosure. Everything's dead over here. So I'm trying to pull up our calendar. Is the guest not till
No, the
9:30?
guest isn't until the guest is not until another half an hour or so. So you and I have a chance to kind of catch up and shoot the shinola, as it were. So we got a little bit of time and breath. And by the way, I did send you a text with we've been having some real fun issues this morning ourselves as well over here. And nothing in regards to anything we did wrong or Dre did wrong or Madison did wrong. We just had some Facebook issues to kind of start the morning.
The gremlins.
The gremlins from the Kremlin kind of messing with Facebook. So we are in complete sympathy over here with you in the city of New Orleans. So all good, all well. By the way, is it like kissing? I have to ask you a question, though, Lindsay. I've been thinking about you the last couple of days. Is a tie like kissing your sister?
What?
You never heard that expression before? The old football expression, when you tie in football, is that like kissing your sister? You never heard that before?
Oh, a tie. You're talking about the cowboy game, clearly. I thought you meant like a tie around your neck. So my head first went to like, I guess if I have to tie somebody else's tie because they don't have to do it, I have to get really close to their face. And that would be like, that's where my head went. Yeah. A tie, yeah, it triggered me. Back to the days where I used to make out with my sister. What?
What?
Just make out when you do a tie.
Or make out with a Thai person. I love Thai people. I love Thai food. So there's that too. The Cowboys Green Bay Packer game the other night that I stayed up till the bitter end, of course, to watch. And I was so tired and had to be up super early the next morning. But we will not miss it. Like, listen, I like the new rules because it was clearly super unfair when it was just if you won the coin toss, basically it was in your favor. But a tie, essentially it doesn't help you on the win side, but at least it's not a loss. It's so anticlimactic, especially after such a good game. I don't know if you'd call that a good game or just two crappy teams and no defense. I'm not sure.
Oh, it was a good game. It was a good game,
okay.
Actually, Lindsay, because...
Well, I thought it was until I talked to my dad, who thinks everything's bad, of course.
He's wrong. He's straight up wrong.
I'm going to be a Saints fan.
As a Saints fan, I can tell you, I would take either your defense or your offense at this point as a Saints fan. It was a really, really good game, especially because Green Bay wore out in the end. And what was really cool was Marty Schottenheimer's son actually began to show some real kind of understanding of how to run an offense. I thought their offense was really well run. And Green Bay, up until that last game, up until the Dallas game, had played – their defense wasn't the problem. The game that they lost because of their offense. So Dallas ended up playing some really good football against Green Bay. It was a great game. I mean, I'll tell you, as a person who had no dog in the hunt other than, rooting for you to actually have a win, it was really kind of wild. It's kind of a great way to watch football. Dave,
my favorite part is when they would cut to Jerry Jones and he had a huge cold sore on his bottom lip. That was my favorite.
That's what it
is. Trucker Bosun, by the way, tells you hello. He is sitting in the yard at Fayetteville, Arkansas, waiting for a load. Your good friend Marshall Platter says good morning, #RGR. The Paranormal Pie Man says it is 9 a.m. already and glad to have you here. The time is flying. And Tom Bray says good morning to all from Wisconsin, Lindsay. So a lot of people are out there listening and enjoying the show and glad to be a part of it. But I was thinking about you, and I said, I wonder if, because Dave Harrison said, "Ties like kissing your sister." And by the way, that's a Bear Bryant quote.
I still don't understand. I don't understand that. Can you walk me through how that means?
It's unsatisfying, which means that when they say kissing,
it is far more than unsatisfying. Kissing my sister is far more than unsatisfying. By the way, I have not made out with my sister. Let's be clear around here. However, I don't think unsatisfying is the right term for kissing my sister.
Yeah, unless you're from Alabama.
No, then it's satisfying.
Yeah.
No, I think the point is that the idea is that, it's just kind of like telling somebody hello and giving them a kiss on the cheek. Yeah, I mean, big deal. It ain't.
Yeah, it's like what did like the past 4 hours are for naught.
Exactly. Except
I guess yards. I guess for your stats, but.
And you made a good point too, though. It's you don't get the loss. That's the big thing. You don't take the loss, and you're not sitting there with one more loss on your record, which is always a really positive thing. I think. And it was nice to see Dak come to life. He played great. Great.
Well, he better for $60 million.
He played great.
Only?
Good Lord. And that would have to be like, oh, you did good today. Buddy, for $60 million, it should be like, oh my gosh, one day he did bad. But anyway, whatever. It was fun to watch a good game.
By the way, Tom says it counts as a kiss, but not doing you any good as far as getting lucky. Tom, none of this is helping.
Ew.
None of this is helping.
Good to have Lindsay here.
It's. I'm just gonna keep on saying it though. It's like kissing your sister here with Lindsay Lawler.
I don't want Lindsay Lawler and kissing your sister to be in the same sentence, please. Thank you.
I understand.
All I can think about is my sister right now, who I've been on a text thread with this morning with my whole family, so it's even more. It's just hitting. It's too soon, guys. It's too soon. Too close to home.
All right. So no more discussion of kissing your sister. No more discussion.
My sister's pretty, but if I'm going that way, I don't think that's how I'm going.
It's like Pastor John talking about punching people in the face earlier.
How is it like that?
It just doesn't make sense.
It was just very confusing.
Nothing makes sense.
It was just very confusing. Pastor
Football
John,
bat.
By the way, Brad Bentley, Baby the King, actually called me to tell me that if you didn't care about who was playing, if all you cared about was good games, it was a crazy weekend of football, by the way. From college football and professional football standpoint, a crazy day of football. Go ahead, Dre.
That LSU Ole Miss game and that Saints game, man, I'm stressed out. At least one of my teams would win.
I know. No, that ain't happening, brother. Nope. None of that's going down, Lindsay. It was stressful. One more thing from Dre.
Yeah, sorry, but the fact that Saints held their own against a 3-0 team and did pretty good, but just made bad decisions.
Keep losing, baby. Get that number one pick. Keep losing. Get that number one pick. Okay, so other than that, Lindsay, it looks like your Oklahoma Sooners continue to move up in the polls, correct?
Ooh. Yeah, my mom calls me in such utter panic all the time. They didn't even play last week, and yet we still moved up in the ranks. And so now we're 5th, and my mom's like, I'm just so nervous for them. What are they going to do? And we're going to see. We've got Kent State this week. Kent State, I think, right?
I think you're fine.
Next week is our big. Next week is OU Texas. So that's our big game, and we'll see what happens there because we're still not sure if our quarterback will be back yet or not after he's having hand surgery. Which, of course, right when he starts doing good, he has hand surgery. So we'll see. But my mom's so funny. My mom acts like she is the coach of the Oklahoma Sooners. Like she calls and she's like, I just don't know what we're going to do this week. And I'm like, are are you in the war room with them? Like, what is happening? Why is this on you? Thank you for your service, Mom. I didn't realize you were on the front lines. But she is so invested that it's, and I know she's listening right now, so she'll know I say this with love, but it's kind of hard to watch with her because it's a little too, she takes it all very personally.
Yeah, my mom is, I love my mom. You know how I feel about my mom. It's the one place where I'm like, I can't do this. I can't watch football with my mom because she knows just enough to absolutely drive everybody in the room crazy because she loves reminding. My dad is the worst because he actually thinks that every play that doesn't go well is a penalty against the other team. He somehow thinks they're guilty of holding or pass interference or, illegal contact or some other nonsense. And my mom, everybody stinks. The team she's rooting for stinks, and she complains about not wanting to watch a game where we're not up like 80,000 to nothing. She can't enjoy a football game. And I've gotten to the point in my life, Lindsay, where I can actually enjoy a football game, if that makes any sense. I can just watch it, don't get angry, it doesn't bother me whatsoever.
Me too.
I can just enjoy the game. Even when my team is not doing well, even when my team is losing, I can actually watch the other side and go, sometimes other people make a really good play. Sometimes it's not because you suck, it's because somebody else is unbelievable. Like if you play Josh Allen, it isn't because you suck, it's because the dude can throw a 50-yard bomb on a rope on the run across his body. And there's nothing you can do about that except admire beauty in motion, poetry in motion. Just kind of watch
And he's got a hot wife.
I was about to say that.
It was
Thank
coming.
You.
You knew it was coming.
Woo!
You knew it was coming.
Bless
It
her.
helps. It helps.
It helps. Well, he's got a hot wife because, by the way, did anybody happen to notice that the Pittsburgh Steelers played in Dublin this weekend? Did you pick up on that? They played the Minnesota Vikings in Dublin, and there's a really great shot of Aaron Rodgers throws a touchdown pass, and he knows it's going to be a touchdown pass, and he starts running down the field, simultaneously pointing at Mike Tomlin, who's pointing at him. It's like the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life. He's like giving him like, we did it. You and I, we came up with that, and we made that happen. So he actually made a comment that while he was in Dublin, he had more than a few Guinnesses while he was there.
Well, yeah. Speaking of Dublin, before speaking of Dublin, speaking of girlfriends, speaking of professional football players' girlfriends, Taylor Swift's new album comes out this Thursday at 11 p.m. And it was all the rage talk at the bus stop this morning. Okay, moving on. So speaking of Dublin, here's what I want to talk about because somebody at the bus stop this morning, they're going to Dublin. Next week is fall break for kids. Okay, how do I want to know what truck drivers think of this because now there's a fall break. There's an October fall break, but then 1 month later in November, there's fall break for Thanksgiving, another week out. And then the next month in December, there's 2 weeks out. Like there's more and more breaks happening. And this is not year-round school, guys. There's more and more breaks happening. And then the what everybody thinks they have to do there's people this morning are like, we're going to my family is now doing nothing, by the way. And other families like, we're going to Dublin, we're going to Disneyland, we're going to Hawaii. And I'm like, how do people work and keep up and do these multiple breaks all the time? And then the pressure, and then the kids that don't get to go on trip, it's just too much. And this morning I had to walk away from conversation because it's just too much. How do truck drivers do it?
Give us a call.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. I mean, I guess the beauty, at least, of being a driver, you could, in theory, I mean, if you're an owner-operator, I'm sure companies don't necessarily always allow this, but if you're an owner-operator, be like, kids, hop in the truck. We're driving. You're going to work. And that's a cool thing. That's a cool thing to get to see, the country and the road with your mom or dad in the truck. But I don't know. It's we did not have all these breaks, I don't think, growing up. And it was like, I just don't know why they keep adding. And it's early release day tomorrow. Like literally every week, it's like, we're getting you out early. We're going to do less and less. Listen, I get it. The teachers probably don't want to be around all these kids. I understand it. But more and more breaks, Jim. They didn't have these kind of breaks, and people didn't take these kind of trips when we were growing up. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm with you on the trips. On the break, I have a slightly different theory, but on the trips, I am with you. People didn't take all these trips. It didn't just happen. I will say this, though, that what I am concerned about is that school goes on too long, meaning it starts too early and it ends too late. But part of the reason why some schools that are nicer schools are able to start early and end late is because they add extra breaks. Part of that is that. I mean, you remember, I mean, we used to talk about this. Dave and I had a conversation about this just recently, where it used to be like you didn't go back to school until Labor Day. I remember that growing up, and then you were kind of done with it all by the time May rolled around. You know, I mean, it was over pretty quickly. Of course, you didn't get a lot of breaks in there, like you just talked about too. But these breaks do come fast and furious. But the trip stuff, Lindsay, I'm completely with you. I mean, people are traveling everywhere. It's like, yeah, we're going here, we're going there. We got this break coming up, so we're going to go. You know, and
it's great. And listen, I'm not trying to poo-poo. If you're able to go and do it, I think it's great. No, I'm not. I would like, you know, I same thing where with like about when you're talking about Taylor Swift, it's like, oh, well, she had money behind her. Like, whatever. However you get to where you're going that makes you happy, great. Everyone should be able to travel. I just don't. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of the same thing with it. Man, it's the same thing with like birthday parties keep getting bigger and bigger. And I am not doing that. I am not the mom that's going to have these crazy birthday parties. I say that now. Hold me to it. Hold my feet to the fire on that. So I'm not in 5 years like, hey guys, I'm like, even at softball, one mom gave all the first snacks I think I talked about. They were like crazy, just the snack bags. I was like, you're getting an orange when I bring snacks, okay? You're getting an orange and a Capri Sun, and you're welcome. And like either that or like they're going to start giving them, I don't know, flat screen TVs after every game. I don't know. It just gets, everything gets crazier and crazier, and it's just a little out of control. And I sound like an old person right now, and I'm okay with that.
I'm actually okay with it too, although I do think, you know, Generation X in particular, I call it the arms race is going on right now. I remember that there were only like a couple of kids who actually had money when I was growing up. I know there were plenty of kids who had money, but there actually were only, like at my school, people who had like real money to kind of do all the fun things, to take the trips and do all that kind of stuff. Most everybody else just kind of, you know, slog through the daily existence of, you know, grammar school and middle school. And I kind of have this feeling that a whole bunch of people in our generation, Lindsay, you're a little bit younger generation, mine where it is right now, kind of said, not for me and my kids. I'm giving my kids all the things I never had. I'm going to bribe the principal and the football coach to get my kids the things that they need, just like that rich punk did in 1979. And I think we're in the middle of an arms race. And I think that part of what you're talking about is spot on. The idea that somebody's got to call an end to it. Somebody's got to say, you know what, I'm not playing. I'm not playing that. I'm going to
Yeah,
enjoy.
it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
That's never going to happen. It'd be like, okay, all the parents and kids, the whole world's going on strike. I mean, that'd be like COVID again. I don't know. But there's no way that'll stop because I get it. Every kid wants the best. Every parent wants the best for their kid. But I just don't know. I don't think there's a solve. I don't know what it would be unless it's like, you know, segregation where rich people, you're over here and you other people are over here.
Now we're in a Dr. Seuss story involving stars on people's bellies. I don't want any part of that. Yeah.
It's a Black Mirror. It's a Black Mirror episode.
Oh, I like it. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
We're going to go over to the phones now. Who do we got calling info, Master?
Ooh, I'm just going to say wireless caller. Tell us who you are.
Who are you?
Who sent you?
Beach ball.
Round two, baby. What's
beach
up?
Ball is here. What's going on,
Morning,
brother?
Beach Ball.
Boom.
I called him Beach Ball.
Oh, my bad.
How you doing, man? What's happening?
I cruising across Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you what, all these trips, I'm the same age as you there, Jimmy, and I remember back in the day in high school, I was just dying to be able to go to Daytona for spring break, and by the time I had my own money in senior year, I was able to. Everybody was going to Cancun, so I've always been 2 steps behind all these trips.
Oh, that's the other one too. But we're up at the I don't know if you had that experience, Lindsay. I know exactly what Beach Bum is talking about. Right at the moment when you finally can do the thing that everybody else has been doing, everybody else does something else. You ever had that?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm going to Cancun. I'm like, oh my God, Cancun was so 10 years ago. We're going to Milan now. What?
Milan.
Exactly.
But I'm in Cancun at Senor Frogs, and I'm 10 years old.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It was always the way. It's like, I finally got a bicycle, yeah, but it's not a mongoose. What?
Yeah,
What?
I have a flying dragon. Holy crap.
Like, what is going on here? It's like, I think Star Wars toys were invented to shame poorer kids. I really do when I was growing up. It was totally valid. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? It's like, you know, oh, I finally got the Lego Fisher-Price stuff that I wanted. Oh, too late, by the way. I've got a Millennium Falcon, loser.
I got a Motorola Razr. Oh, yeah, I got an iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
Go away, Derek.
I have a question for Beach Bum and then Lindsay. Did both of you guys have an iPod?
I did have an iPod back in the day, yes.
Yes, I did as well. But I'm trying to remember how old I would have been. I feel like it wasn't like till college. I'll tell you what I had in high school, and that's a pager. And no, I was not a drug dealer or a doctor.
Maybe you were a
A
gangster.
pager and a Walkman.
Yeah, oh yeah, Walkman too. Heck
Give me
yeah.
to a payphone. I got a call.
By the way, the thing we just talked about, guys, that whole thing about like you finally catch up and then it's over. I literally got a Walkman, and then like literally 10 minutes later, somebody's like, "Yeah, man, you got to get yourself one of these iPods." I'm like, "Really?"
Well, no, but there was a Discman. There was a Discman in between Walkman and iPod.
Dude, that was me.
Oh my god!
I just got my CD to stop skipping, and you're telling me you got an MP3 player?
I couldn't even understand it. I was just like, I was always one step behind, and still remain that way, Lindsay. I'm still one step behind. I'll
tell you when I lost the iPod or was over the iPod situation is when U2 downloaded their album on my iPod and I didn't ask for it. And I actually like U2, but I was still like, I didn't ask for that. I'm done with you, iPod.
You and all my friends.
Beach Bum, did you ever have anything that was ahead of everybody else? Did you ever get someplace first? And I'm going to ask Lindsay the same question. Did you ever get someplace first?
The only place that I think I had something first is, goodness, I must have been 9 or 10 years old, and my parents got me a Mongoose BMX bike.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
And I had a Mongoose before they were popular.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I mean, I see you. I'm with Lindsay. I see you on that one, brother. That is, because the first time you ride down the street in one of those things, and by the way, they were popular the moment people saw them.
Mm-hmm.
So the moment you rode down the street on that bike, brother, people must have been like, "Oh, no, Beach Bum's got something going on here, man." Must have been a great feeling, huh?
Your parents liked you.
100%. That was one of those strokes of luck. It was actually my uncle that got it for me anyhow, but either way, yeah, it was, I had that before it was popular, and it was kind of funny because right about the time that I was 9 years old, I got my first motorcycle. Now, my dad got me a little Suzuki OR50 street bike. All my friends were getting Kawasaki and Yamaha dirt bikes, so I was still kind of left out on that one. I had the street bike, they had the dirt bike.
Oh,
but I had the BMX bike, and it wasn't until about 3 years later that I realized just how cool that Mongoose was.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Hey,
Go ahead.
there's a Beach Bum. There's a comedian who does this bit on the sound like that all the different bikes sound like their name, like when they rev up to go. And he's like, yeah, it's Suzuki. And then Harley. And one's like Honda when it just goes by. I'm probably not doing them right, but
no, that's accurate.
You're doing good.
Okay.
You're doing really good. We're actually in favor of this.
I totally remember that one. That was, I want to say it was about sometime in the 90s when that comedian did that. And I don't remember who it was, but oh yeah, that was hilarious back in the day.
I'm glad you know the reference, so I don't sound as dumb as I could have.
No, you sound magnificent. I do have, I want to point out something that is peak 1970s and our good friend Beach Bum. The idea, it's a bunch of 9-year-olds tooling around the neighborhood on dirt bikes. I mean, that is like literally peak 70s. You can't do that now.
Put the baseball card on your bike.
Without a doubt. You turn around and think about that now. I mean, I think one of my stats, of course, right after that was when all the three-wheeler ATVs became a thing, and I think my busted kidney was one of the stats that made those things illegal back in the day.
I think it was probably you. I got one for you both. This is peak 1970s. I get home from school and my dad goes, "You need to go across the street to Mr. Surkoff's house." Why? Well, he got a whole bunch of used lawnmower engines, so he's making everybody go-karts. He's also making you guys wooden rifles. He would take these 2x4 blocks of wood, carve them into the shape of a short rifle, and put a giant metallic clothespin on the back of it. He would hot glue and then stretch big giant rubber bands across it. So one day, my father didn't even blink while somebody gave us go-karts and rubber guns.
Go-Karts and Rubber Guns is a
Oh,
really
yeah.
good album name, by the way.
I think so too.
Yeah,
By the
dude.
way, it sounds like an album that James Parker would write about, a 50-year-old album celebration, punk rock album. Beach Bum, it's great talking to you, brother. Good to have you.
Yes, sir.
Have the best of
Y'all
mornings.
have a wonderful day. Thank you.
You too,
You
man.
too, Beach Bum.
Toodles.
Not to be confused with Beach Ball.
By the way, let me ask you, a Beach Ball of Death, which of course is peak Apple computers back in the 1990s. Lindsay, did you ever get someplace first?
No.
Damn.
And you
No.
had time to think about that.
Yeah, she did.
I had time to think about it. I couldn't come up with one thing.
I just got
I mean,
tall
I
first.
am lucky that I did get a car on my 16th birthday, which was my aunt and uncle bought it for me, which was really cool, and it was a Ford Probe, which was just funny to say, and funny that I wanted a Ford Probe, that's what I wanted, and the door would fall off, like the inner panel. I think I've told you this before. The inner panel would fall off all the time, like when you open or close the door, the inside panel would fall off, and my dad Velcroed it on. And so I would have to you would hear it, like the Velcro fall off every time I pulled into school. I'd have to Velcro it back on. So that's not cool, but so that's not great. That doesn't go at all with what you're saying, but I was very grateful I had a car.
Well, this is funny because I think you might be the last generation of human beings where that kind of thing actually was kind of your thing. If that makes any sense. I remember that a lot of people when I was in high school in the 80s, people had all kinds of stuff wrong with their cars. There were a lot of cars that were literally the result of shade mechanics kind of fixing up something that was on its last legs and juicing it up so that the kid would have a car. And I remember that, friend of mine had carpeting on the floor of his car that had been actually put in by his dad. And so it was real carpeting. It wasn't like car carpeting, but it didn't matter. I mean, the fact that anybody had a car that they could drive around that was their own back in the back in the 80s was good enough. And simply having a car at 16, were you part of that generation? Was that still the action that some people didn't have a car? And it was good to have? Yes, that's cool.
Yeah, no, it was very cool. And I had a group of couple girls that I'd drive around. We'd listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony because I was very confused at the time. And yeah, I was definitely a big deal to be able to get a car back then. Now it's not only do you get a car, it's do you have a BMW? And I say that now, I'm I will not buy my daughter a nice car. I say that now. Let's see what happens in 10 years, but I'm trying to stand by that.
Well, the problem is, and I talk about my godson, Patrick Joseph. My brother got him a Dodge muscle car, and I'm like, dude, man, you went all out. And he said, what am I going to do? He said, the kid's a straight A student. He's a member of the National Honor Society, and he was a letterman his freshman year in high school. He said, well,
buy his own car, get a job.
Well,
Sounds like he's smart enough.
Well, here's the worst part about it is the fact that that they got him the car, but he's going to make the payments. So,
wow.
He said, it's okay. They put down a nice down payment so that the monthly note is really limited, but he's going to make the payments, and he's excited about it. Good kid. That's the other problem, too. Yeah, exactly. That's the other problem, too. If you have a great kid and there are kids out there who are awful kids who are being rewarded, what do you do?
Well, I think the idea that you, even if you help them with the pay, it's I'll pay half, you pay half, or whatever your setup is, even if it's the parents actually ultimately paying it, but the fact that the kid is handling the payment, it's not just taking care of it. It's you have to make the monthly payment, whether that's half my money, yours. You see how to go online, pay it, have your bank account, teaching these things. Same thing with the kids that are getting paid crazy money to play football now or play sports in college. It's yeah, but let them at an early age start figuring out how to handle their money. I don't know how to handle money at all. It was never taught to me growing up, and it shows today. Let me just tell you that much. So
I'm right there with you.
I'm not blaming this on my parents. My parents are great with money. I just didn't listen, and it was never that. Those are the kind of things that should be taught in school. Geometry. What am I doing with that? Nothing. Teach me how to handle my finances.
It's my parents' fault.
I'm right there with you. I have one more, as I told Claire the other night, I have one more chance to rectify a whole bunch of nonsense in my life, and I hope I have enough time to do it. It's something I wish I had learned very early. Dr. Carol Osborne, by the way, is talking pet separation anxiety. when we come back on the other side of this break. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. If you want to give us a call during the segment about questions about pets, we will be happy to take them. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Yay, my computer just turned on.
Woo!
Big doings around here.
See you in a minute.
"17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Right now, Lindsay looks very, very comfortable, complimented by that microphone. You look very 1950s, sort of hipsterish radio sort of personality over there. Well done.
Well, hey, I'll tell you, here's the planning that went into it. Which thing on my floor can I grab quickest?
Yeah. Sometimes you say to yourself, that sounds pretty right. And sometimes you say, yeah, but what was on the floor? Was it there on purpose? Did you plan it all along? Did you?
Yeah, that's how I get ready for tonight. I pick out my clothes and then I throw them in a pile. No, that's not true. There's more care that goes into that. You know who has a lot of care? Our next guest, Jimmy Mack.
Dr. Carol Osborne is a world-renowned integrative veterinarian and author, a pioneer in anti-aging medicine and longevity research for pets. Dr. Osborne has created and patented the original PAAWS, Pet Anti-Aging Wellness System for dogs and cats. Dr. Carol holds both the dogs and cats scientific patents. She is a graduate of the Ohio State College of Veterinary Medicine and completed a prestigious internship at the Columbus Zoo. If I tried actually to go through Carol's entire bio, that would be the segment. We say that quite often because the quality of guests we get here at Road Gang Radio often lends itself to that. She's a friend of this show as well. And this is a topic, by the way, Lindsay, that a lot of people will really understand. You will understand. We're asking people who might be having problems like this to give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
And jump into our conversation about separation anxiety in dogs. Good morning to you. Dr. O, how you doing?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
It's great to have you on board.
Glad
you
you're
to be on board.
Glad you're on board again. Always fun to have you. I'm going to start, if you don't mind, a personal anecdote / question here, because Dr. Carol, or Dr. O, I like that. D-O, the do woman. She's a doer.
Okay.
So last December, my husband he was working in New York at a shelter. He was filming this TV show at a shelter there, and in walked our now dog that we ended up rescuing. He then had to go to, they held on to her for, we have a French bulldog. They kept her. We fell in love. They kept her there. Then he went to California to work. He took a red eye back, rented a car, drove to Long Island, picked her up, and drove her 15 hours home to surprise my daughter with this new sweet French bulldog named Mimi on Christmas Eve. Now, the reason I say all that is because he didn't want to put her on a flight. You know, she was a brand new rescue. He didn't want to have to fly with her. He wanted to have that bonding time with her. It was the cutest little adventure, them on the road, sending videos the whole way along and sleeping in a hotel bed together. It was just very sweet. But I bring that up because obviously so many of our listeners, our truck drivers, are on the road with their pets and understanding the characteristics of that specific pet. And so I'm curious, before I talk about my dog that's peeing in my house all the time, we'll get to that later. I'm curious how someone can tell the difference, especially when on the road, between normal nervousness in pets versus a true separation anxiety.
Well, I would have to say, in my estimation, that dogs in particular, because probably not a lot of cats are traveling around in the trucks, although maybe there's a few.
We've seen monkeys. We've seen monkeys in trucks, Dr. O.
I would be surprised if very many dogs experienced separation anxiety when they're traveling with whomever it might be in the trucks. The only time I guess something like that could occur is if the dog is closely bonded to whomever it would be that is not traveling in the truck, that got left at home. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think the big thing to understand is separation anxiety is a syndrome created by the pet owner that affects the pet. And basically, it's like having a little kid that never gets socialized, never plays with other kids, never goes to preschool, is just at home with mom all the time, and then suddenly it's time for kindergarten. And you open the door, and that little kid is clinging to mom's skirt, crying and going crazy, and all the other kids are in the room playing in the sandbox and with all the toys. So when an animal does not have enough self-confidence to think that they can be okay on their own because they've never been exposed to anything else other than their mom or their dad, you see what I mean? They've never had to chew on a bone without mom sitting right there letting them know that that's okay to do. So if they have no self-confidence and they've never done anything on their own without the mother or the father being right there at their side, they flip out if suddenly they're left alone. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
So these dogs that are traveling in the trucks, they've got the life of Riley. They're on the road. They get to see new things all the time, and they're with the number one person they love most. So does that make sense to you? I don't think that's really a problem that trucker pets, if you will, are going to have as far as what I can see.
Sounds like trucker pets are living the dream, is what you're saying.
Oh, absolutely. They're out every day. They have new sounds, new sights, new experiences,
new smells.
They're with the person they love the most, and every day is fresh and new. They're not sitting at home all day alone waiting for mom or dad to come home after they've been at work for 8 or 10 hours. Which is unfortunately what many pets do all day. Which is unfortunate, but again, it's reality. I mean, I had a new client walk in my door, and one of the first things she said to me is, "Now I want to make sure I'm going to go in that exam room with my little pup because this pup is never away from me. The pup never is not by my side," and that right there, even though the woman means well, is the creation of separation anxiety. Not even enough confidence that puppy should walk 6 feet into an exam room with a veterinarian unless the woman was right there at that dog's side. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah.
Oh, it makes
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense. And I wanted to kind of follow up, Dr. Osborne. And this is such a cool thing because I realized that my brothers and my sister and I didn't have that sort of crying, screaming moment in kindergarten, and it's because we all were bunched together age-wise.
Right.
There's less than 18 months between the first 4 children in our family. I mean, basically, it's 18 months, 18 months, 18 months. So we all grew up together, and we also grew up with lots of cousins too. So by the time we hit the ground running at kindergarten, we'd been socialized. And
exactly, and you were happy to meet all the new kids and have a ball.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm kind of wondering, is this why it's so important to take the animals to dog parks? Is this why it's so important to do all this kind of stuff?
Absolutely. You need to take your pet to see the sights and the sounds and the smells and all the interactions that there are, and of course they're abundant. And the sooner you do that, and the more you do that, the better animal, not only that you will have as a pet, but the happier and the more content and as far as adjusted, that pet's going to be very well adjusted because he's been exposed to all these things, so he's not afraid of a new person or a new sight or a new sound. He's not going to sit there and incessantly bark because, oh my gosh, what is that? What is this? What could it be? Maybe it's going to hurt me. And that is the key. No matter what age, obviously, getting a pet as a young puppy or a kitten is ideal. But a lot of people are rescuing different animals, which is wonderful. And in those cases, when you are adopting an animal that's an adult animal over 6 months old, if you will, it's going to take more time and more patience, more love, and more consistency, so that the animal can learn that if they're alone for 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 30 minutes or more, they're going to be fine.
It sounds like a Renaissance dog. That dog over there is a Renaissance dog. He gets around. I have a question. I'm always curious, Dr. O, about like sort of the do's and the don'ts in leaving your dog or your pet in the cab or the car, for me, it pertains for me, the car alone for a little bit. Now, we know we don't want to, obviously, we want windows down, but not too far down. Someone could steal them, and it's got to be the right temperature. But I always get like, because my dog likes to come and ride in the car, and I'll want to run in the store, whatever. And I would only do it when it's not obviously 100 degrees. But are there like actual parameters around when it's okay to, what are the do's and don'ts of when and how it's okay to leave your pet alone in the truck or the car for a period of time?
Well, let me say this. If we're talking about the pets and the truckers, and the trucker runs in to use the restroom or, grab a quick sandwich, that's just goes with the territory. On the other hand, as far as just everyday people that are not truckers on the road with their pets, if you'd like my opinion,
I would.
If you're taking your pet somewhere that you're going to spend the day with them, go to the beach, visit friends, hey, I think it's wonderful. But if you're going to take your pet with you so you can run around and do errands and leave your pet in the car, the best place to leave your pet is at home.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
And that is just the absolute honest truth. And they've actually, the heat is a big deal, as is carbon monoxide in the winter. But they've actually made it a law in many, if not most states, when these pets are locked in cars. It's, they've made it some kind of an offense, if you will, because it's has bad outcomes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And I think, I think people mean well, and I know I have a lot of senior citizen clients in my veterinary practice here in Ohio, and everybody wants to have some company, but that's probably you would be better off to spend a shorter amount of quality time with your pet than drag your pet around from the dry cleaners to the grocery store to the market to the, you know what I'm saying? Because that's not quality time. Your focus needs to be on the road. And if you're a smart pet owner, I would say, traveling in your car, your pet should be in a seat belt, a crate, or some type of a carrier, just in case there is some type of an accident. So that's not really a way, as far as I can see, that you're really spending any type of quality time with your pet at all.
All right.
If that makes sense.
No, it makes
Yes, it
perfect
does.
sense, by the way, and I think you've done a pretty good job distinguishing the fact that, like, we're going to the dog park. I'm stopping here because I have to go to the bathroom. Hold on, Fifi.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, Mimi. Hold on for a second. I'll be right back.
Right.
Is a very different thing, or I guess it's almost like a.
I was asking for other people, by the way. My dog is just fine. Let's be clear. I know what to do.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I guess the 90-10 split. Like, if you have to make a one or two stops along the way to spend an entire day at the park, that's a very different thing than, as I think you pointed out so well. But stopping by the dry cleaner, going to the grocery store, all that other stuff. I mean, I think it's well said.
I had a client come in the other day, an elderly woman, and she wanted to know what to do because her dog gets sick in the car. And then she explained to me she likes to take the dog with her when she runs errands. So
sounds like a problem, ma'am.
Yeah, going through the routine. The poor dog is not having a good time at all. She'd be better off to get him a nice meaty bone and leave him at home and turn on a pet video.
A nice meaty bone is a nice kind of segue here as well, too, because let's talk about a little bit about recognizing the signs of separation anxiety in our pets, and then kind of pivot to what. Go ahead, Lindsay, do it. Pivot.
And
then we kind of pivot into what we can do to compensate for that separation anxiety. But let's start with the symptoms.
Well, the big symptoms, primarily, 30 to 40% of dogs, maybe 10+% of cats, but it's mostly a dog issue. You leave the home and the dog becomes frantic. So whether they rip up your furniture, urinate and defecate around the house, bark incessantly, just go nuts, basically. That's going to be your biggest clue. And if you're wondering about it, get one of those pet cams, and then you can see what your pet's doing when you leave the house.
I'll tell you what my pet's doing when I leave the house. Peeing everywhere. And I can't figure out, and we take her out, we take her on walks, but I'm curious, Dr. Rose, so it's a Frenchie, which, they have the C-sections, and she had multiple litters when we got her. We're not sure how many. Is that something that makes their bladder small? Because this dog has to pee all the time, and I can't physically take her out all the time, obviously, and I'm not sure what to do to get around it yet.
Well, the first thing you would do is make sure she doesn't have a urinary tract infection.
We have checked that, but thank you.
You've checked that, and you could, have your vet run a blood sample, make sure the kidney function is normal. Have the urine examined under a microscope for signs of stones or crystals, if you will. If all that comes back, normal, then, as I recall, Mimi was a rescue.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So Frenchies, which have become America's most popular pet.
Oh, man.
They have been overbred and inbred to the point that is literally beyond belief. What is the result of that? Well, the result of that is multifold. Number one, many, in fact, thousands and thousands of these Frenchies, because of one problem or another, have ended up in rescues. So remember that in general, when a pet is in a rescue, it is in the rescue for a reason. With Frenchies in particular, behavior is a big one. And then GI, gastrointestinal issues, vomiting, diarrhea, different food sensitivities, that's a big one. Mm-hmm. And skin allergies, itching, skin infections, stuff like that. Now, as far as peeing in the house when you're gone, if we've ruled out all the possible medical issues, then this is an older dog,
No, she's 2. She's 2, and let me just say too, so you know, I know most Frenchies are crazy. This is the sweetest, kindest, most loving, chill
Wonderful.
Frenchie I've ever seen in my life.
Wonderful. I
Like,
couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, Dr. Osborne. I couldn't believe it.
chill, yeah, chill. Such just a chill, very docile. She will meet a group of dogs or people and walk right over and lay down and be like, "Here's my belly. Here you go." So she's
Okay.
super chill and young.
How many other pets are in the home?
Just her.
Oh, she's the only pet in the home. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And does your house have carpeting or wood tile floors? Or
Both. We close the doors to the bedrooms that have carpet because those are now all stained, and so we close that. So wood floors, and I just ordered some of those like decorative pee pads. So we're gonna start rocking that. But yeah, she is very
That'll just make it worse.
Perfect. Great. Money well spent once again.
So is she peeing in one particular spot or just like wherever
Yes.
she happens to land?
3 particular spots where now my wood floors are bending.
Okay, she's peeing. And how are you cleaning up those spots?
Well, my husband. No, I'm just kidding. No, I initially do it with water, and then we have a spray that goes over it. But I might be doing it incorrectly. A spray that's supposed to knock the scent off, but clearly it's not.
Okay. Well, I don't know, obviously what type of an odor eliminator you're using. There's a bunch of them out there. And I can't sit here and tell you like what is the very best one. And you can even go online. Sometimes you can make these concoctions of a dash of Dawn soap, some white vinegar, and baking soda. And I don't have the proportions directly under my little nose, but you have to remember that your dog's sense of smell is like 1,000 times better than yours and mine. So stuff that you and me don't even know exists, they're all over it. So you have to get the smell out. And dog urine is not as bad as cat urine. Once the cats pee on a wood floor, you can forget it. But if you can effectively eliminate the odor, that's going to help a lot.
Okay.
The next thing after that, which again it is going to take some legwork. If it was me, I would try to figure out how long the dog is capable of holding her urine. In other words, when you go to sleep at night, does the dog pee in the house?
Yes.
She does?
Yes, she'll get up in the middle of the night, and I'll usually hear her, and I'll go running, but she is going in the middle of the night.
And does she walk out to the wood floor to pee, or does she pee in the bedroom?
She walks out to the same spot.
She walks out to the same spot. My guess is that those 3 spots, she's smelling the spots and just going back to them every time. And you can even do things like you can put mothballs over the spots, and then usually they just go in a spot that's right next to it. I would consider crating the dog in a, small, or confining her to a small, reliable type area, and try to get the dog outside, before she has to make a mistake in the crate. And with the crate, you want the crate to be a small crate that's her size, not a giant crate, because otherwise, they do their business at one end and then hang out in the other end. The idea with a small crate is most dogs don't like to eliminate where they are spending their time, if you will. And you have to go, your time, you have to go, well, she's in the crate, how long can she do that successfully, and then take her out and reward her and slowly give her a little more space as long as she's not making a mistake. It's a nightmare.
Okay. All right.
Really,
this is helpful for anybody listening. That's my scenario, but I'm sure it's a lot of people's scenario.
let me.
It's a lot of work, but if you don't make it stop,
It won't.
Right. They're just ruin your entire house. I mean, I had a house with a wood floor, with a hardwood floor, and the people that lived there before me had cats.
Yeah.
We got those big things where you grind the wood, the sanders.
Mm-hmm.
We ground the whole top surface off of that wood. But I'll tell you what, if the wind came through the windows on a particular day, you could still smell it. I mean, and dog pee, excuse me, it's not as bad as cat urine, but like I said,
but it ain't great.
It's nothing you want to live with if you don't have to.
Really quickly, guys, for you guys listening, Chagrin Falls, petclinic.com. That is CHAGRIN Falls, petclinic.com. You can find Dr. Carol on Facebook as well at PAAWS, on the Twitter, now known as the X, at Carol on Pets, and on the Gram of Instant at Dr. Carol DVM. You can find her all over there. She's done some great stuff on Fox and Friends, Fox Cleveland, and always it's great to have her join us. Really quickly too, as well too. So basically, we get a little bit of separation anxiety going on. We understand that the animal is a little nervous that we have left. I wanted to ask you a question about acclimating an animal to the neighborhood to socialize them more. The idea that animals will often bark at anybody that approaches the door that isn't us if we leave them at home alone by themselves enough. Is it just sometimes good to sit on the porch with the animal and let the kind of world roll by? I mean, just to get out, and just to kind of let them see everybody else that's out there. Can that kind of help kind of cut down on the anxiety of the outside world intruding on their lonely space? And the other question I had was, can you play music at home? Does that help when you leave?
Music is wonderful. Some of the YouTube pet videos are equally wonderful, and bringing the pet out, whether it's a dog or a cat on a harness, and exposing that animal to the world in small amounts as you see that it's positive. It's the single best thing you can do.
I kind of like that. I mean, the idea is just to constantly keep the stimulus going is what it sounds like to me.
Just like you would with a child.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. And I wanted to ask you the kind of overall holistic thing and then throw it back to Lindsay here. How much life can you actually add, or how much life, how about this? How much life does it take off of an animal not to be properly socialized and to give it an ongoing sense of separation anxiety? Do we know? Do we have any understanding of that?
I think when an individual, you, me, the dog, or the cat, when you are constantly under stress, what happens? Your stress hormone, cortisol, is released, and that causes many, many, many detrimental things that accelerate the aging process in you, in me, as well as your pets. So I would say anywhere from 10 to 30+%. It's going to accelerate aging, and we all know that when we accelerate aging, we reduce the healthy lifespan.
Wow!
So the idea is to be calm and cool.
Calm and cool, just like Road Gang Radio.
That's
Doctor,
exactly right.
Doctor, one final question: if you could design the perfect truck-friendly cab for a pet, what would it kind of what would be a few things in that cab that would keep that to have on hand to keep that dog or cat happy and healthy and thriving out on the road?
To design the perfect pet-friendly or cat-friendly cab?
Pet-friendly cat. Let's say dogs, because that's the most one traveling. How could a truck cab be most set up or beneficial? A couple things in there that make traveling for that pet the best and easiest and happiest.
Something to chew on.
That is not the steering wheel.
Dogs need to chew when they're puppies right up until they're about 7 months old. Why? Because they're teething. But after that, dogs just have a need to chew. It relaxes them. It's just a behavioral. It's part of their natural behavior. So get them something good to chew on, and that'll keep them happy.
Perfect. Keep him happy, Jim. Keep him happy.
I got to tell you, Dr. Carol, this flew by. We're out of time. As always, you're welcome back. I know there are a lot of friends of ours out there who have pets in their cabs. It's always really incredibly helpful, and I think we may have actually begun to have a solution towards the Mimi problem, or at least a step in the right direction. Thank you, Dr. Carol. As always, it's great to talk to her. Always great to have a conversation with her.
So great. She's very just matter of fact about stuff, which I appreciate. Straight to the point.
This is Road Gang Radio, by the way. We've got a great guest coming up, do we not, Lindsay?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this next guest. Author, writer, music journalist Selena Fragrassi is joining us. She has the new book coming out next week. It's Pearl Jam's biography, Pearl Jam Live, 35 years of legendary music and revolutionary shows. I just got to see them on stage recently, and revolutionary is a great word. Joining us next, we're talking Pearl Jam. Selena's here. Don't go anywhere. This is Road Gang Radio. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're lifting off and we're switching the subjects here. We are live. This is Road Gang Radio from Nashville to NOLA. Good morning, Lindsay and Jimmy.
Good morning, Phone Master Dre.
Hi.
Good morning, Lindsay Lawler, over there in the beautiful Franklin studios and the We Should Write studios. By the way, before we actually get to our next guest, speaking of music, I know you are really excited about tomorrow. Really.
Oh man, Larry Gatlin of the legendary Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin brothers will be my guest. He's coming to my studio, which means he's coming to my house tomorrow. It's going to get weird. I'll probably lock the doors and be like, Larry, now that I have you, let's get real. It was really funny. I went and saw him play Friday night, and I said to him before the show, he said, so what's the show about? Which I'll probably have to remind him multiple times what he's doing in the moment. And I said, well, Larry, it's a show about the healing power of writing. And he said, well, that's my favorite thing to talk about. And I said, well, we're going to be just fine, sir. So Larry Gatlin will be joining us live tomorrow on We Should Write from 12 to 1 live. It'll live the next day everywhere as a podcast. It's going to be a lot of fun. But speaking of amazing music, Jim, very excited about this next conversation.
I don't even know where to begin. I'm going to let you do the introduction here because let me tell you something. I was actually in Athens, Georgia when this band first hit the scene, and we were rolling out of the REM moment and we were rolling into their moment.
Yeah, buddy.
It's just, I was so excited to get this book. I was so excited to get an early copy of this book. Please do the honor and introduce our next guest.
I will be glad to do so. So joining us next, Jim, we're turning up the volume with one of the most iconic bands of our lifetime, Pearl Jam has been rocking stages of our lives, and yes, that's a double meaning, thank you, for 35 years, and there's a brand new book about to come out that takes us inside their journey like never before. It's called Pearl Jam Live, 35 Years of Legendary Music and Revolutionary Shows. Today, we're talking to its badass author, Chicago-based music journalist, Selena Fragrassi. Selena's work has appeared in the Chicago Sun-Times, Spin, Loudwire, Nylon, and more and more and more. She's interviewed just about every rock legend you can think of, from Jack White to Alice Cooper to Bon Jovi. She's the author of several books, including Alanis, 30 Years of Jagged Little Pill, one of my favorites. But today, baby, we're talking Pearl Jam. Thank you, Jesus. So this isn't your typical biography. She structured this like a Pearl Jam concert. So it's got an opening act, a headliner, an encore, and each chapter, it's so cool, Jim, it's even named after a Pearl Jam song. So it reads like a set list. Brilliant. She dives into the band's origins, their rise in the grunge scene, the battles with Ticketmaster, and even the evolution into one of the most, of course, enduring bands of modern rock. And as anyone like myself who's seen Eddie Vedder swirl a glass of red wine on stage while breaking your heart in one breath and screaming your face off in the next knows, Pearl Jam is as emotional as they are badass. So let's get into it, this book, this band, and what it means after 35 years of music that's defined a generation. Good morning, Selena. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. What an intro. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Grunge was an intersection of social activity, distortion, and a genuine sort of mind-bending wonder and hormones. And that's you, by the way, quoting Sub Pop's Jonathan Poneman, somewhat jokingly, his talking Noble House Hotels and a guide to discovering the places that made the Seattle scene. Those are your words. As I said before we actually introduced you, I was in Athens, Georgia, when this music really began to kind of flood the zone, as it were. This is one of those rare moments where a couple of bands show up and really kind of usher in an earthquake of music. What is it like trying to kind of reconstruct not only the history of an entire band, but to kind of reconstruct that sort of, I guess, zeitgeist shift in rock and roll? Because it really does change everything.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, people have called it the last great rock scene. I don't know if I agree with that, but it was so monolithic. And it was interesting because, not to give my age away, but, you know, when I first discovered this music, I was younger. I was like a preteen, a teen. So to come at it from an adult perspective with all of my kind of knowledge as a music journalist was a really interesting process. And kind of like you said, getting into the zeitgeist of it and why the Seattle scene, why grunge music, why alt rock was so important and pivotal in that time, and what Pearl Jam contributed to it.
Well, okay, so I got to see them. I got my tickets, my husband and his best friend tickets to see the show in Atlanta for Christmas, by the way. And then we all went together to see the second show here in another show here in Nashville recently. And for me, like, I remember back in, what was the thing called where you got the CDs like 10 for a penny or whatever growing up? What was that?
Columbia House.
Columbia House,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Pearl Jam was my first one that I ordered in the Columbia. It was like, you know, Pearl Jam, Temple of the Dog, Stone Temple Pilots, that whole scene. And so, but for me, going to their concert here this year, it was, for me at this age and this time in my life, and as a songwriter myself, it was all about the authenticity and the storytelling of Eddie Vedder. And to me, Eddie is such a fascinating contradiction. Like, you know, he's like tender and raw, but also this like rebellious and untouchable kind of situation. What did you uncover in this book and in this writing about how he's able to balance those dualities, if you even agree that that's true?
No, I think you're right. And obviously we've seen many different sides of Eddie over time. If you remember in the 90s, he was this like wild banshee who was Tarzaning all over stages and people were like, is he going to die? He didn't, thank God. And he's a bit more calm now. Obviously age has something to do with it. But, you know, I think what the really interesting thing about this band that I didn't appreciate maybe when I first discovered them as a younger person is the amount of emotion and real life tragedy and triumph that this band has been their lifeline. And I think that is what they deliver. They're so able to connect to this emotional part of not only who they are, but their fans. And I think, you know, the reason I want to focus this book on really their live career is because I think they are one of the most incredible live bands who bring this community in like no band I have ever seen. The fact that they still have a fan club, like those don't exist anymore. The fact that people travel, I mean, they're like the Grateful Dead of this generation. And I think a lot of that, again, has to do with the emotion, like you said, that Eddie brings to the stage.
Wait, real quick, Jim. I was just going to say that the people. By the way, I was really mad that I had to stand the whole time. I'm like, I thought at this time in my friend's like, we're right up front. I'm like, oh my god, does that mean we're standing? Anyway, but the guys in front of me were there for their 178th Pearl Jam concert. So just to your point, and I like can't even get my head around that. So Jim, is there anybody that you've seen more than 5 times?
Yeah, but it's the Rebirth Brass Jazz Band, and that's maybe it's the same kind of thing. I mean, the idea that they play they used to play every Saturday night at the Maple Street Bar, and so we would just kind of go down there to kind of hang out with our friends and kind of enjoy that. But I think. But
like the traveling and the cost.
No,
of
course
doing
not.
that.
Of course not. I mean, I've seen people numerous times, but it's been at the same venue when they have a regular gig. The answer is absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a level of commitment I understand it. I'm kind of in awe of it. I wanted to kind of go back and do something here really quickly because I want to point out that you don't make them a sui generis entity. They don't just simply erupt from Zeus's forehead at some point because he's got a headache. You actually place them in a continuum, and you're actually able to set up where they come from. How difficult was that in regards to research? Because it's one thing to research a band. It's another thing to kind of figure out who their influences are and track them down. Can you kind of give our listeners a little bit of a background that their sound, while very original and very kind of world shaking, really emerges from a couple of rock traditions, both nationally but also from the scene that they were in?
Yeah, I think, when you talk about Pearl Jam and the fan element, right? Pearl Jam started as fans themselves. They're super fans of bands. You have Eddie Vedder, who loves The Who. You have Jeff Ament, who loves the Ramones and Sex Pistols. You have Stone Gossard, who's a huge fanboy for Led Zeppelin. Mike McCready is very much about Kiss and Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then Matt Cameron has like a whole smorgasbord of influences and even like jazz kind of stuff. So you have all these huge bands who they kind of looked up to and borrow different pieces from. I mean, you get the punk element, you get the classic rock element, you get the sort of, improvisational kind of stuff in there, the jammy kind of background, Neil Young, of course. But, so they had all that in the background as they were coalescing. But I think what's also really interesting is this whole nebulous of Seattle it could be a book in itself because that scene was incredible. And it goes way back even before the 80s and 90s when grunge kind of came to be. I mean, Jimi Hendrix was born there. You had bands coming from Tacoma, but, you had the Melvins were ahead of Pearl Jam. Malfunction, who was Andy Wood, who begat Mother Love Bone. I mean, there's a whole family tree to the Seattle scene that Pearl Jam is just one leaf on, a very important leaf, a very sturdy leaf. But there's so much to unpack about the Seattle scene that really did become part of the birth of Pearl Jam.
The birth of Pearl Jam. We're talking with Selena Fragrassi, and this book is how you the concept. I think sometimes, Selena, concepts that are because how are we going to tell stories differently and stand out is such a hard, interesting thing to do, and especially as a music journalist, outside of just like telling the story and not just making it a straight biography. You really found a cool angle here. You structured this like a Pearl Jam concert. I'm curious how that idea came to you, and what does telling their story in this specific way that you did it, how did it for you unlock it so that it's not just a straight biography and told a little differently here?
Yeah, thank you so much for that nice compliment. There's so many books on Pearl Jam, and I think one of the best biographies really is the Pearl Jam 20 book that Cameron Crowe did with a couple of the music journalists. So there's so many books on Pearl Jam. I want to do something different. And for me, the magic of Pearl Jam is really the live show. That's where I've seen them probably, 10 times now. And I get emotional every single time I see them. And I wanted to tap into why that is and what they bring to the stage. And to help do that, I really wanted to bring in the fan perspective. So I have about 20 people who submitted their favorite show memories. And I have to tell you, these are like funny, entertaining, and devastating. There's one woman who, and I hope she's still around. I haven't heard back from her, but she was dying of cancer last year, and she went to as many Pearl Jam shows as possible. That was her last wish, and she wrote a beautiful memory for this book. And so I think there's a lot of emotion with this band, and I really wanted to capture it in this book, and I hope I did that well.
The other thing that I really enjoyed, and this is the kind of stuff that I really do, you're talking to a very big fan of Vitalogy. I am like a mess. I remember when that album came out because it was this moment of having heard the first two albums, and then they get to Vitology, and I thought to myself, is it going to be more of the same? Which, by the way, I enjoyed immensely. I mean, Rearview Mirror is an unbelievable song, especially the MTV live version that I saw, which it just blew me away. But the idea that people often forget that they are experimenters as well too, that they're that they do have a consistency. I mean, like the Beatles are the Beatles, even on the White Album, as opposed to Revolver. But there's always that kind of push to experiment, and it's not just Vedder, right? It's really important to kind of put it in context that you have a lot of people working inside of this organization, because that's what it becomes after a while, this gang of folks who really begin to kind of push and pull to create something unique. I mean, and what was it like getting to know everybody else, and in regards to researching and understanding their kind of input into what makes Pearl Jam Pearl Jam?
Yeah, I think, really looking at all their albums was a fascinating process too, because to be honest with you, I, like you, listened to the first three albums nonstop, and then they kind of fell off my radar for a little bit. And going back to the albums that I didn't spend as much time with in the time that they were released, I had so much respect for Pearl Jam. I mean, you talk about binaural. I mean, they were using a recording technique that no one was using. You talk about something like, the having Riot Act and having no code. I mean, they were doing so many different kinds of things that really were bucking the trends of what was mainstream at the time. I think Pearl Jam often gets dogged with being this mainstream corporate kind of grunge act. I mean, certainly Kurt Cobain has had his comments about Pearl Jam back in the day in that regard, but they weren't. They kind of fell into the mainstream, but they were doing so many things that went against it. I mean, Monkey Wrench Radio, and a large part of it, I think, is the drummers they had with them too, because each drummer kind of gave a different sonic palette that they really ran with. I mean, you talk about like Jack Irons and the jazz kind of influences. What they were doing was just so different and organic, and I really appreciate that about Pearl Jam after listening to those albums more and more.
I'm curious today before I say that, I'll back up a bit, because I find it interesting. So, Selena, I'm a country singer here in Nashville, and down on Broadway, since Jim brought up Vitology, it'd be really interesting. I haven't sung down there in a long time, but we would do Better Man. We would always put in our set, which was interesting because it'd be like we're doing all these country cliche songs, and you've got like, Rocky Top and Wagon Wheel, and then all of a sudden we go into, when everybody's really jazzed up, Better Man, and it's obviously got the huge build, and it's such a roller coaster of a build. But that's what I was going to say. Like, it does have some country roots from a storytelling and from an emotional perspective, and it feels like to me, I mean, there's certainly, Pearl Jam is the epitome of grunge rock and starting that scene. But if we drop them in Pearl Jam today with newer older audiences, I'm curious if you think Pearl Jam has written their final anthem yet, or if is there this masterpiece still ahead of them that could maybe sort of land in the genreless category, if that makes sense, to speak to all these audiences that from all walks of life, because they've been around so long, they could be a country fan and also a Pearl Jam fan. Is there a masterpiece ahead of them that could maybe be labeled genreless?
I think that the future, the world is their oyster at this point. They got so much traction with their latest album, Dark Matter. It was the first one in years to be nominated for Grammys. They had the amazing Andrew Watt doing production on it, and I think it reinvigorated them. So I wouldn't hold anything back from Pearl Jam at this point, and I think they always are curious people. They're always open to different music, different people they collaborate with. And I think you're right. Eddie Vedder is very much a storyteller. If you look back at songs like Even Flow, I mean, that was about a homeless man that he knew back in Seattle. If you look at Elderly Woman, I mean, he has a way of really extracting stories out of things that he sees and puts also his kind of point of view in them. And so I think as the world keeps turning and things get more tense, this band is also, they're very much activists. And so I wonder if they're going to take what's happening and make that into yet another masterpiece. I mean, I think all their albums in their own regard are kind of masterpieces, but I think there's definitely more yet to come from this band.
Yay.
The other thing, and this is all just kind of talking about technique and all that stuff, is that Vedder's voice. Everybody is aware that there are not a lot of outside of the country and Western sphere. There are not a lot of great baritones in rock and roll, borderline bass. I mean, Jim Morrison comes to mind, but he's more of a spoken word poet anyway. There are not a lot of people outside of the country Western stuff, which is why, Lindsay, I think sometimes that when you're writing songs for a baritone, it just always ends up at some point drifting over into, American folk roots, which in many ways it feels like that this is where the real tradition of Pearl Jam kind of derives. It springs from something incredibly primal. That's the other thing about the band, is that there's always, when it really works, it really is about kind of tapping into something between rage, self-righteousness, and despair that often kind of plays itself through, which is weird because you also got a guy who just loves baseball. I mean, he just loves baseball. I mean, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about it. Mookie Blaylock. I mean, I wasn't aware of the history behind that. I knew the name, by the way. I know where the name comes from. But I was just kind of stunned about that. And I was kind of wondering, at what point, there's a point where an artist becomes aware of what his or her talent is. 10 arrives so quickly and so ferociously that I'm wondering how long before they really kind of figure it out. It takes Pink Floyd 7 years to figure out what Pink Floyd is. These guys kind of figure out who they are pretty quickly. And that has both good and bad implications. I mean, is in your research, did you find a turn over the engine point where you really think that's when Pearl Jam becomes Pearl Jam?
I think Pearl Jam never had a chance to figure it out. I think it was figured out for them. They were so thrust into the spotlight because you got to remember that 10 came out in August 91. Nevermind came out in September 91, a month later, and then grunge exploded when Smells Like Teen Spirits opened the gates. And then right after that, 92, was Lollapalooza. So Pearl Jam never had a time to really kind of fester and think of who they were, or it just kind of happened to them. And I think that had catastrophic an effect for them because they even talked about breaking up at one point because they couldn't handle the fame monster. And, Eddie Vedder had stalkers. I mean, it was a crazy time for them in the 90s. I think that they discovered who they are maybe after Roskilde. I think that was the turning point for the band because I think that was when they really were going to break up. That I can't even know how you survive having that many people die at a show of yours and wanting to go on. And I think that it gave them perspective on what they wanted to do going forward. And everything that had happened before that of kind of controlling the reins of the Ticketmaster thing, it came into the fold and they just were who they were. They weren't trying to pony up to any kind of fake image or anything. And so I think if anything, it was the new millennium and Roskilde after that that was the turning point.
Well, and let's pivot a little bit.
Pivot.
Thank you. And talk about their fans, because the fan culture, again, we touched on this a little bit, but their fan culture is legendary, and their fan base is kind of loosely called the 10 Club, speaking of 10, around their actually fan club. But what is it, with this legendary fan club, what makes a Pearl Jam fan community different from, say, Deadheads or Swifties, to go either side of the spectrum? Because there's got to be some sort of, outside of just the time frame where we grew up in the age. Maybe that's it. Maybe that it's as simple as that. But do you see, when researching the fans and these 20 stories that you say, or 20 people that you interviewed, sort of a recurring theme or common characteristic in their fans?
That's a great question. Not really. I think the Pearl Jam fan, I don't think that there's a blueprint for the Pearl Jam fan. I think that that's the beauty of Pearl Jam, is that they are able to really bring in people of all different backgrounds. I mean, the pinnacle for me was, and I wrote this as a show memory myself in the book, was when I was at Pearl Jam 20, the anniversary concert in Alpine Valley, Wisconsin. Goodness, when was that? 2011 now. And it was like the United Nations of music fandom. I mean, there are people there, flags from Japan, from Brazil, they have this international pull that I wouldn't probably have anything in common with maybe someone from Japan, but we can talk about our love of Pearl Jam together. And I think that's what really makes their fandom really interesting. And, if there is any kind of connector, I think that Pearl Jam is the last living relic of a scene that a lot of us really held dear. 90s music, alt rock, that was really precious to a lot of kids who were growing up in a time that was generationally very different from our parents' generation, and they tapped into a lot of our feelings and angst. And sadly, they're one of the only bands still left after a lot of tragedy. And so I think we hold them very, very dear.
But by the way, you reminded me of something. I actually had pulled a quote that actually made me laugh out loud. I remember hearing that Chris Cornell was likely to be a guest during the weekend, and it's probably the first prayer I'd uttered in 15 years, begging the universe to make it true. Hearing "Say Hello to Heaven" was incredibly moving back then as a beautiful tribute to Andy Wood, but my God, has that moment lived in my head and taken on new meaning in the years since Chris died. And so much of this, I think, in regard, and by the way, there is a comparison between the Dead and the Swifties and Pearl Jam here, Lindsay, that I think is really, really cool, is that all of the people we're talking about have had movements. They've had, the Beatles. And by the way, I have a friend of mine who could have cared less about the Beatles until Eddie Vedder covered "I've Got a Feeling." And then he couldn't get enough of the Beatles once he actually got exposed to later stuff.
Gateway drug.
Gateway drug. Absolutely gateway drug. But I do think that the idea is that, and you cover this to a large degree in the book, that you're growing with them. That you can't wait to see what's next. It's not I'm not picking on Elvis fans, by the way. Elvis is frozen in time because the Colonel made sure that he was. And the idea was that Elvis was a nostalgic kind of blanket that people put on themselves. I think that the commonality of those three fans is you're growing up with them. You're kind of going with them, and that, I think, is where you want to see what's next, because it might give you a suggestion for where you want to go next, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the band's been around for 35 years. That's a long lifespan already, and they've been continuous for the most part, and really the same kind of band members, besides obviously the rotating drummer situation, and who knows who's going to be next behind the kit now that Matt Cameron stepped down. But I think, there's very much an evolution, and as they've matured, we have as well. And I think, the cool thing about Pearl Jam too is they're very topical at times, and they kind of, I love that their activist heart is still there in many ways. And I, for one, appreciate when bands use their platform for good. And I love that they still do that. It's never been just something that they did when they were younger and rebellious. They still do it. And I really respect them for that.
I want to do a quick lightning round with you, if you don't mind. But right before that, because I want to make sure we hit, you also wrote the Alanis 30 Years of Jagged Little Pill book. So good. And Alanis and Eddie Vedder they both really turned, I believe, vulnerability, we all believe this, they turned vulnerability into anthems. And so I'm curious what parallels you see and how Alanis and Eddie each kind of redefined that emotional honesty as it pertains to rock.
Yeah, you can tell I have a type, right, for what I want to write.
Yeah,
about.
I love it. I love it.
But that, that in me, like, I'm a natural born storyteller and writer, and I found people fascinating. And I think both of them as humans, and I'm very, I'm such a sap in a way. And I think that they both bring out this emotion in their writing and what they deliver to fans, whether it's Alanis speaking like her heart out about her heart in her sleeve, really, with "You Ought to Know," to Eddie performing Black on MTV Unplugged, and the resonance they had. They're just these iconic figures who felt so monolithic, but yet so real in a way. They both were so just themselves, even though the world wanted to make them into superstar heroes. You know what I mean? And I think there is a strong parallel there. And I think that they both see the world and see people in a really interesting way that they are able to tap into in their music. And it's very powerful.
I love it. Jim, are you up for if we do a quick lightning round on this?
Give it to her.
Okay, here we go. We'll start easy. Favorite Pearl Jam album to listen to start to finish, no skips?
I know it's cliche, but 10. I love 10.
Cliche is fine. It's cliches are cliches for a reason. Okay, most underrated Pearl Jam song?
Oh, God. God, that's a really, they have so many underrated songs.
Yeah.
So many songs to choose from. It's not underrated, but it's maybe under the radar sometimes. I remember the last time I played it. I love the song Hail Hail. I don't know why I love that song from No Code. Yeah.
No, that's a good answer. Any answer would have been good, by the way. If you could only go to one, Pearl Jam, since you've seen them 10 times, Pearl Jam in a stadium or Pearl Jam in a tiny club?
Ooh, tiny club.
Tiny club. And finally, the duet partner for Eddie we haven't seen yet that you'd like to see.
Ooh, that is a great question. I was just thinking about that when you were talking about the baritone voice, and I was like, I want more duets from him. How about Eddie Vedder and Lana Del Rey?
Ooh, that'd be a good one. That would be like a theatrical, to say the least.
Yeah.
I like it.
By the way, if you
The
feel
music, for sure.
if you feel alone, restless, breakfast tables in an otherwise empty room, I have a recommendation for you. By the way, for a book that you should check out. Pearl Jam Live is so much fun, so extraordinary in its layout, so gorgeous in its pictures and its design, and so insightful in its writing. Pearl Jam Live, 35 years of legendary music and revolutionary shows. We have been so thrilled to have you on. You are welcome back anytime, anytime you want to come on back. We would love to have you. Are there any socials you want to point people to where people can go find you?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me and for the great conversation. Truly, I can tell you guys are all fans as well, so it always makes it really engaging. I am on all socials. My handle is my name, at Selena Fergassi. I think I'm the only one in the world with that name, so if you find her, that's me.
If you find her, that's you. The book comes out October 14th. Let me just say, really good Christmas gift, guys, for anybody in your life. Good coffee table book, good conversation starter. This is a Pearl Jam fan's dream book. So, Selena, thanks for joining us. Will you come back and talk about Atlantis sometime, especially with the musical out and everything? That's my air as well. And I love that you said you have a type. That's really funny. You do, and
I do.
in the best of ways. All right. Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam Live, 35 years of legendary music and revolutionary shows. Selena, thanks for being here.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, we'll be back after this with country and western music news, because here we like both kinds.
Both kinds.
And we like all kinds.
All kinds. Today's going to be fun kinds, too. And also, maybe some controversy, maybe some sadness, some heartbreak. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard her.
Welcome to the Hoedown, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about here.
Hey, girl, hey.
Let me to a hoedown.
Hey, y'all, hey.
Hey.
Welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show, we celebrate Zach Bryan. Okay, so Jim, have you ever been to Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor?
Yep, I have, actually.
Okay, so it is one of the most impressive sports venues in the world, then, as you know.
Oh, it's massive. It's a big one. It's a small city, 101,000 people.
The stadium can hold well over, as you mentioned, 100,000 fans, which it does easily on Wolverine game days. It's also hosted massive crowds for other sports as well, of course. But there are only a handful of musicians who could pull off selling out a venue of that size. But one of the biggest names in country made that dream a reality this weekend. Now, let me first say that one is tricky for me to say out loud, but to call this guy one of the biggest names in country. Not because I think one way or another about him, because I actually don't know that much about him, or I don't know anyone personally that's ever worked with him, which is sort of strange. But also, it just reminds me, Jim, how different our gauge on seniority, so to speak, is in the business these days. Because to call that guy one of the biggest names, which they're calling him one of the biggest names in country music. However, I personally wouldn't call Zach Bryan a household name. But that's just my own take on what comes into my vortex, I guess.
I totally dig where you're coming from, but at the same time, this is, and by the way, I know who he is. I'm not in that world as much as you are, so it's a weird thing. By the way, it's a weird thing. I get what you're saying. I also get why 101,000 people would show up and actually buy tickets for that.
Well, so we're talking about Zach Bryan. He performed at Michigan Stadium this past Saturday, which, by the way, that would have made history in its own right. That just the fact that Zach Bryan performed there and made history and packed it out. There have only been 2 concerts at Michigan Stadium in history, if you can believe that. Only been 2 in history. And Zach Bryan is the first headlining act to play there. Crazy to me. Or Zach Brown, sorry. Oh, wait. Do I have this completely wrong? No. Hold, please. Wait a minute. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Wait a moment. This is going to change things. Oh. No, okay, I do have it right. All of a sudden I got scared. I'm like, am I talking about? No, I am right. Zach Bryan. Okay. Zach Brown.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Zach Bryan makes more sense than Zach Brown, actually, because Zach Bryan is more current, which means he has more social media, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, I am on the right path. I just sort of had a panic attack. Okay. I'm going on. Carry it on. So, Zach Bryan, he also set a record, not only just for playing there and packing it. He also, Jim, set a record for the largest crowd ever recorded for an American concert, period, with a reported attendance of 112,408 people. That crowd surpasses the previous record of 110,905, which was just set last year by the legend George Strait. George Strait performed at Kyle Field in College Station, of course, the home venue of the Texas A&M Aggies gig 'em. So AEG Presents, they announced the attendance figure. And they noted that the show made around $5 million in merchandise alone, which was another United States record that he achieved. So he's one of only 2 people to headline and play musically at this event. B, packed it, sold it out. C, biggest attendance in any American concert, period. And D, a merchandise sellout record. Now, the show, it's the final stop on Zach Bryan's Quittin' Time tour, which began last year in 2024. And that's doing this tour, he's visited over 50 cities. So this Saturday's show included a number of special guests, including John Mayer and Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentlemen. They came out on stage. They were also joined by Joshua Sloan. I don't know who that is. Do you, Dre? Do you know who Joshua Sloan is?
Nope.
No, none of us do. Okay. Maybe that's part of... That's another thing we can talk about here. I think something that's become interesting. Another thing is a lot of people, I think, myself being one of them, will go to shows sometime now for the question mark of who's going to come on stage, especially when you're in cities like New Orleans or Nashville or, whatever, when you're in bigger cities where a lot of musicians live. It's like, there's that other surprise. Yeah, exactly. That surprise element, who's going to come on stage. Or what's gonna happen around it, or or somewhere like Michigan Stadium where it's so huge, is he gonna shout out to locals? So Zach Bryan, he did one of my favorite things as well, which was pick a walkout song of someone else's music. He came out to The Killers, Mr. Brightside, which is an iconic song for Michigan fans. They play that during every home game. So that was a smart move. And he mentioned Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Of course, that got massive applause, but then he ruffled feathers when he mentioned that one of his band members was from Ohio. Like, dude, just stay the course. Stay the course. End on a high. The COO of Michigan Athletics also said, and this is interesting because he said, we clearly had an alignment of vision of what we wanted to do here and what they, meaning the Zach Bryan camp, what they were looking as well to do. And he says that the Big House, and their venue there, it's open for business when it comes to artists wanting to play the venue. And we will continue to welcome more into the stadium if the logistics and scheduling allow for it. So, Jim, couple different avenues to talk about here.
Lots.
Again, that idea of is it equal parts Zach Bryan and knowing who his friends are and knowing that they're going to also be on stage, because I mean John Mayer and Ryan Bing will walk him out on stage with Zach Bryan. That's very cool, obviously, as well. And the idea of it's very specific. Like, these things don't just happen. You can't say, I mean, I don't think Dolly Parton could sell out Michigan Stadium because she's got such a specific, everybody loves her, but that doesn't mean everyone's going to go to her concert. Zach Bryan, what is it? I don't know. And I know, actually, Dre, you're a big fan. I mean, I think he is a poet. He is, his songwriting, his storytelling is very pointed, but 112,000 people coming to a show. What is it? What is it? What is it? I don't know.
I have a feeling it's the full-on show that's been put on lately with all the dramatic thing that's going on with his girlfriend, and then him becoming very popular with the younger ages, and then him just the outlaw thing. Like, he's been in one kind of controversy after another, kind of like and
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, because his whole situation with the Gavin Addict thing. Did we ever talk about that, or did you discuss? Yeah.
Well, lightly, but I try not to get too salacious though, unless it's Morgan Wallen.
Yeah.
Morgan Wallen is the he's the only person I will talk controversy, and that's why I saw that story about them getting into a brawl, and I just didn't go there. But you're right. I mean, people want to be around controversy, which doesn't speak highly of our humanity, but it is what it is. But you say show, like, I can't imagine. I've never seen Zach Bryan live, but I can't imagine it being like entertainer of the year kind of vibes, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, and I think the other thing is the people he brings out, because the one thing that he really set the standard was he I forgot the name of the song that he would end every show with, and you never knew who was going to come out. So I think that's another thing. They were like, oh, well, if he's going to be doing this, then God, I can only imagine who he's going to bring out, because he's brought out Bruce Springsteen, he's brought out Lana Del Rey, he's brought out John Mayer, and it's just like, oh, and then the Hawk 2 girl, like, you just don't know. So I think he's hitting every nail on the head when it comes to what he's doing with social media, but at the same time paying respects to different musical platforms.
Let me just add this, by the way. Here on Road Gang Radio and on Country and Western Music News, salacious is never the main course, but it is part of the seasoning. I just wanted to add that.
Salacious sprinkling.
Yeah, we sprinkle salacious as opposed to kind of put it on the main menu. And I kept thinking about our new friend, Miss Fergazzi, who just talked about the idea of saying a prayer in the stadium with the hopes that Chris Cornell would come out and join the band. Mm-hmm. And I think that we're seeing more and more people kind of fall into what Dre was talking about, that category of, oh my God, it's not just that he's playing. Who knows what's going to happen up there? Who might be coming out? I mean, I think about the Bruce Springsteen concert in Detroit where he's actually doing, Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels, shout a little bit louder now, and doing that. And then he goes to the entire crowd, and there on the stage is Bob Seger, which, of course, makes the whole place go insane. I do want to ask you a question about this. When we say country and Western, there's always that kind of that weight of the South hangs over it all the time. And I'm kind of wondering if this is something different, if there's just this wide group of people who just dig rural rock. The idea that it's like, and people forget that Michigan in particular, there's Detroit, of course, but man, so much of Michigan is rural. So much of it is just down home folks. It's big hunting country. Let's face it, our good friend the Turtle, she spends her life in two places, Clarksville, Tennessee, and the Upper Peninsula. And there's a whole population of people in that big, massive, monstrous state that live that lifestyle that he talks about. that want to be a part of that action. So it might not just be a matter of, could he do 100,000 people in, say, Los Angeles? Maybe the answer is no, but maybe we're talking about the kind of PR people and the kind of marketing people and the kind of targeting people who say, man, if we put him at Ann Arbor Stadium, we put him between Ohio and Pennsylvania and Kentucky, and we're talking about a whole lot of people that live in that particular area of the world that really dig this kind of music. They put him at ground zero, a kind of nexus for what I would call rural rock and roll radicals. That's just my thought.
Yeah, no, it's a good thought. You're probably onto something, because the idea, I mean, the point of, yes, it works in Michigan. Would it work on the West Coast? I don't know. It makes me think of, I was sitting in church this week, and the preacher, minister, pastor, I don't know what it's called, depending on where I'm at, but he said, preacher. Anyway, he said something that I have no idea what he was talking about, but here's what I did hear him say. And this hit me. You'll get why. You'll understand right away why this is what I took away from the sermon, Jim. He said, people need vision. Vision needs strategy. Strategy needs structure. Structure needs people. That landed for me big. I wrote it in huge letters, and it's now up on the board behind me. And I think, back to your point there, it's like, not like, oh, he's got a lot of fans, let's have a show. That you can't do that anymore, because people aren't going out as much. People are watching stuff online. They're watching stuff at home. They're watching concerts. To pull off something of this magnitude, yes, you need the people. You need the vision, which was equal parts Michigan Stadium and probably Zach Bryan's. I'm sure Zach Bryan's camp and them together. And then there are so many logistics and moving pieces that go behind the strategy and structure behind this to pull it off. So I think, to your point, maybe it works in Michigan and doesn't work in, say, California or even Florida. I don't know. And that would be really interesting to see, like, where can Morgan Wallen pack? Where can Dolly pack? Where can Zach pack? Zach pack, et cetera. I think it's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, why does Garth Brooks literally rack, pack, and stack 80,000 people into Notre Dame Stadium in South Bend, Indiana? I mean, is it the same thing? Is it the proximity to Chicago and Indianapolis, and the fact that it's in the righteous land of the rural rock and roll? I don't know. I don't know, but it really is a cool topic, and it's really a great thing to analyze. Making the sausage. I'm sure we could do a trucking conversation on the logistics of that show and the setup and the trucks that came in for it as well. So maybe we can do that with Dean Croak sometime. Okay, moving on. So, Jim, I've been talking about the anticipated Dolly Parton return to Vegas run for quite some time now, as you know. She's on the move.
As well as also been talking about the fact that I saw a pair of front row tickets for the Vegas run for $77,000. Okay, but the Queen, Dolly Parton, Jim, has postponed what was to be her first extended run in Las Vegas in more than 3 decades, which is forcing fans to wait nearly another year at least before they can see her return to stage. So Dolly Parton, who's 79, by the way, she just said on Instagram on Sunday night that she would have to delay her 6 December concerts at Caesars Palace until September 2026 because of quote-unquote health challenges requiring her to have a few procedures.
Oh, no.
So health challenges, that's in quotes, and a few procedures, that's in quotes. So the shows were expected to weave together 7 decades of hits, including, of course, 9 to 5, Jolene, I Will Always Love You. But and tickets they've been sold out for weeks. You can't find a ticket to this unless on the black market. Resale value in the thousands a piece. Dolly Parton did not disclose the exact status of her health, but she showed her, of course, typical sense of humor that she still has that intact, because she said, and I quote, "It must be time for my 100,000-mile checkup." She said on Instagram, she said, although it's not the usual trip to see my plastic surgeon this time, guys. So now something's clearly going on here, because back to our previous conversation, you don't do all that planning with the venue and sales and marketing and promotion and then say never mind unless something is really going on behind the scenes. So Dolly Parton, let's back up real quickly here. Her husband, Carl Dean, he passed away. They were together for almost 6 decades. He passed away back in March at 82 years old. And she said that she would continue working on projects from Nashville until she was able to be, and I quote again, show ready. She said, "Don't worry about me quitting the business because God hasn't said anything about stopping yet, but I believe he is telling me to slow down right now so I can be ready for more big adventures with all of you." So again, there's something else going on. I mean, there has to be something going on behind the scenes for you to do all that lead up, sell out tickets, and then have to, as of now, postpone. A year from now, Jim, is a long time away. Who knows what will happen between now and then?
A year from now for a 79-year-old woman is a very long time away. That's a
Yes.
very long time away. And we always kind of forget that because we all have known people in our lives who at 76, 82, 83 were in the spring of their step, and then literally overnight the wheels kind of came off. I kept thinking about Jill Heinerth when you told that story too. If one person says we can't go, we walk out. And remember, when you're dealing with a 79-year-old woman, it only takes one doctor being like, "You go on that stage, you die."
Maybe. I mean, she's still heartbroken too. You got to remember, guys.
Yeah,
and she was. Carl Dean passed in the spring, and she was at Dollywood promoting their whatever anniversary it is for them, 25th year, or I can't remember exactly what it was. And she was out and about pretty quickly, saving face. This could be an emotional crash. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. It's like, I mean, it's one of those things too that and the thing about Dolly Parton, and that there are people where you're kind of like, "Hey, dude, you keep on punking out on us." Dolly ain't that. This is a case where if Dolly's making that call, it's important. And because that she cares about the people that work for her. We've talked about that where, Jerry Garcia kept performing right till the day he passed away to keep all those people on the payroll. So if she's making that call, there's some really informed people who care about her saying it's the right call to make.
For
and
sure.
I wouldn't even be surprised if she said, "Well, maybe there's a way," and somebody said, "No."
Nope. Sorry, Dolly. Dolly.
I can see somebody that she really trusts looking at her and going, "I love you, and nothing you can do about it, and you ain't going on that stage." I can see that playing through. I can.
It's a bummer. That was 6 shows at Caesars in Vegas that will not be happening this December. So prayers go out to Dolly and her camp. We certainly hope she's okay because a world without Dolly is not a world I want to think about. A couple more stories here to get to. But first, today, coming up, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, is Trucking with Oida that hits us at every 11 a.m. on the dot. What will they be talking about today, Jim?
Well, on this National Podcasting Day, International Podcasting Day, one of our favorites, Trucking with Oida, the U.S. Department of Transportation is clamping down on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. It's been the talk of everything on this show and beyond, and it's Oida that really started that conversation. Their Director of Government Affairs, friend of this show, Colin Long, reacts to the big news with our good friend Scott and Ashley. And September, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, has been Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and therapist Buck Black is going to be joining Scott and Ashley to shed a light on the important topic. All of that and much, much more on another episode of Trucking with Oida, immediately following Road Gang Radio's glass-kicking, stud-bumping lineup.
Hey, stud-bumping. I like it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so it's been more than 5 decades since. Do you know this song, Jim? That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia.
Sweet Mother of Pearl, yes, I do.
Great song. The night the lights went out in Georgia. It's been 50 years, more than 5 decades, since that song first hit the airwaves. Yes, I said 50 years ago. So most people do not know, but Reba McEntire. Hi, y'all. I'm Reba McEntire. She was not the first one to put that song out. So thanks to a viral recording by Briley King, that's Marcus King's wife, if you know Marcus King, the singer, big old singer, which, by the way, I've been watching a lot about that couple lately and trying to figure out what's going on there behind the scenes. Just look them up and you'll catch my drift. Anyway, because a viral recording by Briley King and her and his reach on social media, because of that, this song is getting a brand new life for country music fans. So now the dark lyrics of this song, if you're listening, are well worth diving into. What's funny about this, Jim, is we the universal we sing so often. We sing songs and don't even listen to or think about what we're saying or what the song is saying sometimes.
Dave and I talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Dave was like, there was a lot of songs I didn't realize even what I was playing. Yep.
Exactly. It's such a weird thing, which is great. It's usually an emotional connection you have just to the feeling of the song, which is a whole nother side of writing, what you're connecting to. But anyway, the history and the story behind the ballad is actually very chilling. Okay, so let's dive in. The song was written in 1972 by Bobby Russell, and it reportedly was turned down by Cher. Before it was recorded by Bobby's wife, whose name was Vicki Lawrence. She's best known, she was a comedian on the Carol Burnett show, and she took the song to #1. But the lyrics tell a story that caught the attention of Hollywood back in 1981, and a movie of the same name that was released with, which had Christy McNichol, Dennis Quaid, Mark Hamill all starred in it, and it was loosely based on the song. And Tanya Tucker actually recorded it for the soundtrack, but it had different lyrics based on the movie's plot. So the song was made famous, largely famous, by Reba McEntire in 1991. She put her own country spin on it, as she does. She recently shared some clips on Instagram of 2 performances of the song, and one from the 1992 AMAs and another from her 1995 TV special called Starting Over. And she said on Instagram, "Thank you all for the love on the night the lights went out in Georgia. This song just doesn't get old." So, now like we started out, the song is top of mind again thanks to Briley King's viral performance, which has more than 20 million views on TikTok. She shared a video of her singing the song backstage at her husband Marcus's music festival. She put her own spin on it. She will be re-releasing a full version on October 1st, tomorrow, with the Marcus King Band and Ella Langley. I'm sure that will be very cool, by the way. Briley King told Country Living, a country outlet here, that she chose to tap into the current fascination with the Murdaugh family murders. So she said, if you listen to the lyrics, you see the connection here?
Oh, yeah.
She said, if you listen to the lyrics from top to bottom, just the storytelling of the classic Southern family drama. There's an affair, a murder that was covered up by a little sister. Her brother takes the fall for her. It's very similar to the scandal that was happening in the Murdaugh family. So it kind of stems from the Murdaugh drama. That's what Briley says. Now, Bobby Russell, the writer, he did not have the Murdaugh scandal in mind when he wrote the song in the 70s. But the lyrics do paint a picture of this kind of dark family drama. It says we've got, let's say what it is. We've got the narrator explains that in the song, her brother was wrongly executed for a crime he didn't commit. The brother returns home after a trip to learn that his wife has been unfaithful. He grabs a gun. He heads off to find his friend Andy, who had an affair with his wife. But when he arrives at Andy's house, he finds that Andy's already been killed. He fires a shot to get the attention of nearby Georgia patrol and is ultimately found guilty for Andy's murder. But Jim, here's the kicker. The narrator then reveals at the end of the story that she was the one who shot Andy and killed the cheating wife too. And the line says, you see, the little sister don't miss when she aims her gun. And the moral of the story, don't trust your soul to no backwoods, Southern lawyer, because the judge in town's got bloodstains on his hands.
That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, creepy.
So
there's a lot of realistic details in the song. They mentioned like Candletop and Webb's Bar, Andy Wall. Like they've got very specific details. So it's a work of fiction, but I guess Jim proves that a story well told never loses its power.
By the way, tomorrow when we actually have another show, remind me at the top of the show when we have time to talk to tell you about the rabbit hole I fell into, or maybe the holler I fell into this weekend researching some stuff. I discovered a genre of music that I'm like really deeply kind of fascinated by now called Gothic Bluegrass. That I actually got a chance to, I found a big article on it, looked up all the bands, a lot of stuff easy to find on Spotify, a lot of creepy, really rough and tumble stuff involving, banjos and violins and fiddles and but I mean some really dark stuff, and I was like delighted for obvious reasons, you know me, Lindsay, but anytime you can use the power of music to go to the creepy, there aren't a lot of really great creepy songs, a lot of great contrapuntal creepy songs, but there aren't a lot of great really creepy songs. But the place that comes closest on a regular basis is country and western music.
Well, I think you can. I think Snake Pontchartrain should maybe do an episode around That's the Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. We'll see. All right, finally, in case anyone cares, and I'm sure they don't, but after nearly 2 decades of marriage, Nicole Kidman and Keith Urban are going their separate ways, guys. The Hollywood Reporter has learned, and so I'm going to quote them here, but that the Oscar-winning actress and country singer, they tied the knot, by the way, back in June of 2006, and they've been reported separated, I guess. Well, let me back up. They share 2 teen daughters named Sunday and Faith. Kidman also has 2 adopted children, Isabella and Connor, with her ex-husband, Tom Cruise, by the way. Neither Kidman nor Keith Urban has directly addressed what led to their separation. But, of course, the Hot Mess Express, TMZ, which of course, they were first on the scene, which sadly I helped launch TMZ and worked there for 2 years before it became the paparazzi madhouse that it is now. But I escaped. Anyway, they were, per usual, the first to share the news. They reported the couple has been living apart since the beginning of the summer. I'm sure TMZ is hiding in all their bushes and will make sure to ruin a very difficult and private time in their life. But I hope they find happiness wherever they may live and thrive.
So if,
go forth and prosper.
So if Jimmy Fallon gets a divorce, which he won't do, maybe he and Nicole Kidman once again have a chance.
Oh, that could be nice.
That's a crazy episode, by the way, when she actually goes on his show and he learns like 20 years later that she wanted to date him and he completely missed all the signs. Brilliant.
I know, it's funny.
Brilliant.
She flat out, can you imagine? He's like, oh my God, I could have been married to Nicole Kidman.
And then she's like, you have a wife that's watching right now. Oh, I love her.
I love her very much. And instead, Nicole's Keith Urban's really short. That's probably the issue in the marriage. She's very tall and he is tinier. He's as tiny as me.
It makes you better looking. Straight up. Being tall makes you better looking. Dre and I can actually speak to that.
It is what it is.
It is.
Hey guys, finally on this day in country and Western music history, back in 1950, 75 years ago, today, the Grand Ole Opry was televised for the first time from the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville, Tennessee. The first time it ever happened. Very cool thing. 75 years later, still going strong at the Grand Ole Opry, and it's a rite of passage to be able to stand in that circle at the Grand Ole Opry. That is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Truckin' with Owida. It's going to be a great show, the best produced show in trucking. This is the best, very highly not produced show in trucking radio, Jim, but done well, meaningfully.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
We're live. By the way, Brittany Clem Holt is going to tell us about the Shenandoah Valley tomorrow. Fall is coming.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
The process for issuing these licenses is absolutely 100% broken. It has become a threat to public safety, and it is a national emergency that requires action right now.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
That was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy you just heard there. We'll hear more from him in just a moment on the announcement he made last week that will drastically reduce eligibility for non-domiciled CDLs. But first, Scott Thompson, it is wonderful to have you back from Joplin, Missouri.
Here I am. Yes, great 3 days there at the Guilty by Association Truck Show in Joplin, Missouri. I know I checked in on Friday, I guess, right after I got there. You've been before.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
Such a fun show.
This was a really great 3 days, great weather throughout. The vibes, as they so often are there, great as well. I will have a full recap later in the week on all that went on from some of the people behind I think it was 700 trucks that were there, give or take a few. Obviously, the convoy was a big deal and more. So we're going to get into all that later in the week here in terms of, everything I saw there and everything that people were talking about. But we should get some of that business out of the way. And you talked about it there just a moment ago, Ashley, with Secretary Duffy announcing that non-domiciled CDL action. FMCSA Senior Policy Advisor Michael Hampton actually held a Q&A alongside OOIDA President Todd Spencer at GBATS on Friday, right after that announcement from Secretary Duffy. So with that in mind, the non-domiciled CDL issue was fresh on everybody's mind there that was participating. The move, no surprise here, I don't think, largely celebrated by those in attendance at that Friday event at GBATS. Had a lot of questions, a lot of talk about what the move was and the problems that they're seeing out there. We should probably, though, before we get into all of this, provide some details maybe for some of those who may have missed it. Again, that big announcement on Friday.
Yes. So Secretary Duffy made an announcement about 2 immediate actions USDOT is taking after he detailed the results from an audit that was done of non-domiciled CDLs in the U.S.
That is why today I'm announcing 2 immediate major actions. Number 1, we're issuing an emergency rule that fundamentally overhauls who is eligible for a non-domiciled CDL. These tighter federal standards, they're going to keep Americans and families safe on our roadways. Now, this is not a proposal. This is a final rule, and it is effective immediately. Non-citizens will not be eligible for a CDL unless they meet a much stricter set of rules. Second, all states must immediately pause the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs until they can comply with our new rules. My message, it's very simple. Get into compliance now, or we'll pull funding and we'll force you into compliance.
So that was, again, Secretary Duffy, Transportation Secretary, talking about non-domiciled CDLs. If any of that sounds familiar, that's because this is pretty much what OOIDA had asked the Department of Transportation to do back in August, following that deadly crash in Florida that got all the headlines shortly afterward. The association has said, let's hit pause on issuing non-domiciled CDLs until the audit that they launched back in June could be completed, and we can all kind of get a full picture of what the situation is out there. And what we heard from Secretary Duffy on Friday was that what they found so far essentially is enough to warrant some action there.
Yeah. During the announcement, Secretary Duffy said nowhere in the country have they found a more egregious licensing situation than in the state of California. He said during the audit of non-domiciled CDLs, over 25% were issued illegally. He then gave a few examples.
This is driver PND from Brazil. So California gave him a CDL with endorsements to drive a passenger bus and a school bus that was valid for months after his legal presence in the U.S. had expired. They put an authorized driver in a position to transport our kids on a school bus well beyond their date of work authorization. If California doesn't comply, we're going to withhold federal highway funds. It's going to start at $160 million in the first year. We're going to double that in year 2.
Duffy added that non-domiciled CDLs were issued improperly in Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington. He warned these states that enforcement actions against them are forthcoming.
Yeah, it really is remarkable how quickly this has all kind of taken place. Again, June is when this sort of really started to kind of enter the conversation, I think, at least the Department of Transportation looking at the issue. And here we are 3 months later, and we're seeing a lot of action here. So again, just to summarize, a lot of information coming in. But essentially what we're looking at here is the pool of people eligible for non-domiciled CDLs is going to be much, much smaller. People who are not citizens of the USA will not be eligible unless they pass a series of stricter requirements, which include an employment-based visa and a federal immigration status check. States are going to be held to a higher standard in all of this as well, as we heard the Secretary say there, including California and those 5 other states that the Secretary really appears to have in his sights right now based on what he says he has seen. We'll wait to see what else may be coming here because it does appear that there can be more that can be done. So we'll see what that looks like. But again, in short, this puts some strict limits on non-domiciled CDLs, which were initially, we should remember this, initially meant to make life a little easier for U.S. citizens, U.S. truck drivers who live in one state, easier for them to get a CDL while they were living temporarily in another, meaning they didn't have to return to their home state to complete the testing and licensing process. What that did, as we have seen here, was essentially open the door for all sorts of abuses and loopholes, which we're seeing addressed right now. So stay tuned on all of that.
Yeah, and right after the break, we're going to get OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs, Colin Long, on the line. He'll break down this whole announcement. We've got lots of questions for him just to understand what this announcement was and what it could mean for the future. And then after that, I will sit down with Buck Black. He is a therapist. I'll talk to him about Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, what it means, what signs and symptoms you should be aware of, and then, of course, any places to find help and when those times should come that you should reach out. Stay tuned for that.
And we're back continuing this discussion about non-domiciled CDLs and the restrictions added last week by the Department of Transportation. And as promised, we have OOIDA Director of Government Affairs, Colin Long, on the line to talk about it. Colin, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of just what we learned last week and what's going to happen moving forward here, your initial reaction to Friday's announcement?
It was great news. It was welcome news. It was news we've been hoping to hear. I think it actually came a little bit earlier than we anticipated. I mean, if you remember, DOT started to audit states on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs back in June. So it's a pretty quick turnaround to then have action come out in late September. I think we were all kind of anticipating this process to run a little longer, but the end result is pretty much exactly what we were hoping for. So Friday's news was very much welcomed by OOIDA and applauded.
And back in August, OOIDA had asked the DOT to suspend states' authority to issue non-domiciled CDLs until at least a review was complete. How does this action on Friday line up with what OOIDA had been asking for?
Pretty closely. I mean, they don't eliminate non-domiciled CDLs entirely, which frankly, I don't find that surprising. Some folks might be disappointed that the program hasn't officially been killed, but you don't have to take those steps to necessarily prevent non-domiciled CDLs from being issued. And I think what DOT did by putting so many restrictions in place have basically created a disincentive for a lot of states to continue issuing non-domiciled CDLs. And I mean, time will ultimately tell. I think there are states who have been very active in issuing these who may want to continue, but I think by and large DOT has twisted enough screws to make sure that these programs, I think, ultimately will evaporate. So the announcement was great. The suspension call we made in August wasn't necessarily heated, but I think it's because DOT knew they were just going to crack down on the issuance of non-domiciles at the end of September. So I think everyone is pleased.
Is there anything else you would have liked to have seen come with this announcement?
No, I mean, I think they did a good job of frankly depoliticizing the issue. I mean, I think California is getting their getting their hands slapped quite a bit on this because they issue non-doms in what is clearly, according to the Trump administration, an illegal way. But there were other states that got called out too, and I think that was appropriate because too many folks have been viewing this issue as blue states are the violators and red states are perfectly fine. And we at OOIDA have been saying, the data doesn't show that. And I think as DOT starts to take a closer look, we'll start to realize that this issue is a problem in states across the country, no matter what their political perspective is. And I think pointing out that Texas is an offender, that South Dakota is an offender, and that blue states like Pennsylvania and Colorado are, I think really helps reinforce the fact that this was a national problem and something that had to be addressed on a national scope by US DOT. So good job for them to single out California, but also put some others on notice, because I think it will have a very strong effect on reducing the issuance of non-domiciles in basically every state across the country, which is a great goal.
I'm going to follow up to Ashley's question there because now stretch out, Colin. I may ask you to pat yourself on the back here, but we saw those 9 initiatives earlier in the summer, and so many of them ticked all the boxes of things that OOIDA had been advocating for. Last month in August, OOIDA brought up this issue and essentially asked the Department of Transportation to take action on non-domiciled CDLs. And they did, about a month and a half later or whatever the timeline was there. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit, and again, I don't know if you or the association is going to want to take full credit for something like this, but I think it is worth pointing out that the association is pointing to a number of things that this administration then apparently is paying attention to and taking action on. That has to be, a bit of a feather in the association's cap as you look at all these issues out there that are affecting people.
I mean, we were talking about non-domiciled CDLs and the problem with the prevalence of their issuance back in the early months of this year when our Vice President Louis Pugh was testifying in the House and the Senate. If you go back and take a look at his testimony, we talk about this program and we question the need for it in the first place. I think that was really the root of USDOT saying, we do need to get to the bottom of this. And thankfully, I think their audit has resulted in some consistency between what OOIDA said was happening within the states and what they discovered truly is happening within the states. And, we've always said this is a safety issue. Safety is the core problem here. I mean, the folks who are getting these non-domiciled CDLs aren't being held to the same standards as domestic-based drivers. That's a real problem, and I think it's one that led our argument and that really opened the door for USDOT to come in and say, we agree this is a major safety issue and we have to address it to improve conditions on our highways. So we are very pleased that they have followed through and basically dried up this program, we think, because it's going to benefit safety. And I think a lot of folks don't appreciate that fact. I think that has gotten lost in the shuffle quite a bit. But USDOT has been very clear that they view it as a safety issue, and that is consistent with what OOIDA has been saying since the early months of this year when we first started testifying about this problem, and then continued by having conversations with FMCSA, sending these letters, sending letters to the states. I think it's important to remember that OOIDA sent out 50 letters to governors saying, until USDOT finishes this audit and comes up with some solutions, you should suspend your programs. And a month later, DOT came out and did that. So the timing was pretty good. I mean, we always joke that things don't move quickly in government. This is an example of how the department was able to address a serious safety issue in a very timely manner. So bravo.
Now, of course, this past year, we've heard of, several accidents that have made headlines, and that's obviously brought this issue to the forefront. But I'm curious, when did this issue start setting off alarm bells for you?
Our members started raising red flags initially, and that's how we generate a lot of our policy objectives here in Washington, D.C., is we hear from our members, from the experts on the road, about safety concerns they were encountering and they were witnessing. And I think a lot of it was drawn back to the question of how are the folks who are committing a lot of these safety problems on the roads, how are they getting their licenses and what's going on with that? And, we approached it in a couple ways. I think, one, we saw that this non-domiciled issue was a problem. Two, we saw that English proficiency or the lack of English proficiency was a problem. And three, we saw that training standards are too low. The minimum is too low. And, we've had a breakthrough on ELP. We now have a breakthrough on non-dom, and we hope to continue working with this administration and more specifically Capitol Hill to have a breakthrough to improve training. That's what our next steps will be. I mean, we'll see how this non-dom issue plays out, and we're continuing to see how ELP plays out. But I think pivoting to training now and making sure that no matter who is receiving a CDL, they are ready to operate that vehicle safely will be our next big objective. And I think we have a U.S. DOT who's very agreeable on that. So we continue to move forward, but we aren't going to not take credit for the non-dom issue because, like I said, I mean, we've been talking about it early this year. Our members have been talking about it long before that. So it's really an example of grassroots advocacy where it really started at the driver level, worked its way up, and now we have the federal department responsible for highway safety taking pretty significant steps to remedy a problem that our members had identified several months ago. So bravo to our members, and bravo to the team at OOIDA for continuing to push for this and continuing to advocate at USDOT for safety improvements. I think that was critical, and to have our members' experience at the forefront really convinced a lot of folks at DOT that this was a safe move for them to make, and no pun intended. But taking folks off the road who went through dubious licensing processes throughout the states, I think it is a noble endeavor, and certainly it will have a safety value.
It always strikes me how so many of the issues that we talk about so regularly are tied together. And with this one, and you mentioned it there briefly, and I think if we could explore it a little bit, but when we're talking about non-domiciled CDLs, and we're talking about safety, and we're talking about putting seemingly unsafe people out on roadways and not really having a system in place to put checks on that, this really does, and this is something that came up during GBATS a number of times during the Q&A session with FMCSA, talking about driver training, and you mentioned it there, and I think that if we are going to kind of push this issue toward a place, it would seem like driver training, because a lot of the things we're talking about here could be kind of sifted out during the driver training process if we were to have a better system in place. And that is something that I know you and your colleagues there in Washington, D.C. are talking about all the time, right? Driver training, and how do we get that system up and running in a better way? Yeah, and there's a number of ways to do it. I think English language proficiency, ensuring that is happening on the training level, so folks don't even receive a license if they haven't proven their proficiency in English is a good start. We talk about 30 hours behind the wheel as a bare minimum for entry-level driver training requirements. We're pushing for that here in Washington quite strongly in the development of the next highway bill. And we've worked with folks to make sure that training schools who have bad records, I mean, we can follow the trail of safety problems back to training schools now because of the LDT. And it's time to start, I don't want to say come down hard on those training schools, but if they're demonstrating a deficiency in their training, then steps need to be taken to improve matters. And I think all of this is kind of coming together from different angles, but we see it much more holistically at OOIDA as making sure that the folks who are getting CDLs and are operating heavy vehicles are properly trained and vetted to be doing so. And I think when you look at all these pieces, they put together a puzzle that strengthens safety because it puts a lot more onus on making sure that CDLs are being issued in a safe, responsible, and transparent manner. Yeah, for sure. Speaking about that at GBATS, Rodney Maureen, OID board member, was one of the people in that Q&A with FMCSA's Michael Hampton. And he just raised the question, and he was pretty just straightforward about it. Is why do we even have non-domiciled CDLs anymore? Which was basically his question, given, what we know about the loopholes and all the other problems that are out there. Sure. His message was essentially don't fix it, eliminate it. Easier said than done, I'm sure. But is that something that you see as maybe being kind of a final chapter in this, or is this always going to be an element that we just have to make sure we're doing everything right with?
I mean, I think the steps USDOT have taken will, in essence, end the program. But let's keep in mind, I mean, another administration can come in 3 years and several years later and undo what the Trump administration has done. So there's certainly a legislative play at hand, or there's still a legislative play, I should say, to make a lot of this permanent. But, we're really pleased that in the foreseeable future, I think states have less interest in issuing non-domiciled CDLs to anyone. And I think Rodney is right. There's clear safety concerns, but I think we often overlook the fact that a lot of these policies were built on this myth of a driver shortage. There's people out there saying, we need more drivers, we need more drivers. Unfortunately, that opens the door for folks to be issuing non-domiciled CDLs because they've convinced folks that there's just this major appetite for drivers, this need for drivers. And we say this all along, like if you believe in the driver shortage myth, it leads to bad policies. It leads to unsafe policies. And I think this is a really good example of it. And I hope it gets people to refocus on the fact that there is no driver shortage. I mean, supplies will continue to move, freight will continue to move across the country if non-domiciled CDLs go up in smoke. And there won't be any disruptions in the freight market because, frankly, there's too much in the freight market right now. I mean, there's too much inventory in the freight market. I'm not hitting a home run describing this.
Overcapacity.
I should have Todd Spencer's talking points, but there are certainly too many motor carriers for the amount of freight that's going on right now. So taking folks off the road, it might sound kind of heavy-handed, but you can't forget that there's a safety component. At the same time, there's no driver shortage, so we don't necessarily need to be issuing non-domiciled CDLs to folks who haven't gone through the same vetting and the same standards as domestic drivers. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. When I listened to the announcement, and I don't know if you listened to the whole thing, but at the end when he did take questions, some of the reporters there, I mean, you could almost tell the headline that they were writing because they did ask, well, what about the driver shortage? Is this going to affect the supply chain? Did you hear those questions? And I'm curious your
I could
thoughts
hear
on
his
that.
eyes. I could hear Colin's eyes rolling in the back of his head. So yes, he probably
They rolled out of the room.
roll out
actually.
of the room. Yeah.
It's something we face all the time. I mean, the folks on the other side of the driver shortage argument have done a really good job convincing people that this thing is real, despite the fact that there's federal research telling folks it's not real. The supplies in the grocery store shelves have been pretty well supplied. Your deliveries are reaching their destination on time. Like the indicators of a driver shortage just aren't there, but there's still a lot of folks, and especially in trucking media, who believe it and who continue this narrative. And I think USDOT, what they put out, I think, gives us a lot of ammunition to go back and reiterate the fact that there is no driver shortage. Because if there was true concern that eliminating the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs would have an effect on our supply chain, I don't think we'd see this Department of Transportation do it. So I think they're pretty confident in the fact that the shortage is indeed a myth, and they can take steps like this to improve safety without jeopardizing the efficiency of the supply chain, which we completely agree with.
To your point earlier, we're not used to seeing government work, I think, this fast, and we've seen them work pretty fast in recent months on a number of issues here. This being one of them. The Secretary made it crystal clear on Friday that this is a final rule, that this is actually happening. It's an interim final rule at this point, but it has been published in the Federal Register. Comments are being accepted through the end of November, I believe. I imagine they're going to get a lot of comments on this issue, and I know the association, OOIDA, will be one of those comments that are provided there. Your advice to people listening to this, again, this is a hot-button issue. It was the number one issue that I was hearing about at GBADS. But for those who want to weigh in, what's your advice to them?
I just want to reinforce the fact that USDOT, in issuing this, believes they are putting restrictions in place that will effectively kill the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. I think people need to keep that in mind. It's not, if you read through the rule, it's not a clear killer of the program. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, states are going to be much, much, much more reluctant to issue non-domiciled CDLs, and the restrictions in place will prevent them from doing so. And I think folks need to keep that in mind and be supportive of a DOT that is with you on this issue and believes this is, yes, a serious safety concern. And no, it won't contribute to problems within the supply chain. So just remember that they are supportive of truckers on this issue, and they are working to achieve the same goals that we want to see, and show them your support. I think it's important that when they address the concerns of truckers that have been building and building over the course of the last several months, if not a year, we need to acknowledge that, and we need to be supportive of their efforts to address those. And it may not be, like I said, the end of the program in its entirety, but by and large, I think non-domiciled CDL issuances are kind of going to go up in smoke. But we'll see.
We will see. And we'll see, it seems, pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
I mean, again, considering the slow movement of government typically, this is all moving very fast. And Colin, we appreciate you coming on and talking about this issue. It won't be the last we talk about it, I'm sure, but we'll talk about it again soon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was Colin Long of OIDA's Washington, D.C. office. We'll take a very quick break here, but when we come back, Buck Black talking mental health.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, a time to raise awareness. And to help us do that, we have therapist Buck Black on the line. Buck, I'm curious, what does this month mean to you?
Well, I think that's a good question. When I think of any month that brings attention to an important topic, I think, well, it should be 12 months out of the year. That's the first place that my mind goes. But it is fantastic that we do have a month dedicated to suicide awareness, and it is such a stigmatized topic that just it isn't talked about enough, and there's all the shame and so on. So it's great that there's a light that's brought to it, and in the end, I think it really helps people a lot.
Mm-hmm. I've noticed online, people talking more about it because it's, the prevention month. Do you think it kind of gives people a reason to bring it up? Like you said, it's not a comfortable topic.
Yeah. So as far as if we have permission to talk about difficult topics, then we're much more likely to talk about it. And if there isn't anything brought up about suicide, then that's generally something that you don't talk about, at dinner time or really any other time for that matter.
Yeah. Do you think society has done, are we doing a better job as far as breaking down the stigma, or do you still think there is a long way to go?
Well, there's still a ways to go. But I think that every time someone asks me about stigma, definitely with any type of mental health, every day it gets better. So every time I'm asked that question, it's like, well, I really think it's better than what it has been. And the pandemic helped to bring mental health to, just more into the spotlight. Mm-hmm. And things have been getting better since the pandemic. So you can look at that as somewhat of a turning point there.
I'm curious, what is the difference? There's being, suicidal and then having suicide ideation. Is that the right way to say that?
Mm-hmm.
What is the difference between that?
Well, ideation just means that you're thinking of it. And so suicidal ideation would be more of, I have thoughts of suicide. I haven't acted on it. I haven't tried it, but I'm just thinking, what if? Or maybe even getting to the point of having a plan. And then of course you've got people that have fallen into the situation where they have attempted suicide, or that they've made very strong plans and gathering, maybe material items to do so. So, that's taking action that's beyond ideation. Does that explain it very well?
Yes. Yeah, I think it does. At what point do you feel like if someone is, experiencing any of that, do you feel like they should reach out for help?
Well, I think that if anyone's having thoughts of suicide to any degree, they need to reach out for help. So basically there's different levels of help, and I'll go ahead and describe that. So the first would be, you're just kind of thinking about it. You just have the thought and it passes. That's often called fleeting thoughts of suicide. So if you just have a thought and it just goes away, I don't know. It's good to talk to someone that you trust and just tell them, hey, this is where my mind's going and I don't know what that's about. And if it becomes more of a persistent thought, then that's when reaching out for help, like calling 988, the suicide prevention hotline, that would be appropriate. And also, if you just keep having those thoughts of suicide, reaching out to a therapist, reaching out to a doctor. And then the even more urgent piece is if you have these solid plans and you feel that you're going to act on it, then yes, 988 is is an option, or going to the nearest emergency department and getting help right away, making sure that you're safe, making sure that you get help. So there's a few different levels there.
Obviously, scary for anyone who has these thoughts and feelings. What obstacles do you see for truck drivers if they're experiencing any of this?
Well, so it's the classic difficulty with being a truck driver, just as far as the job is isolating. There's a lot of loneliness. It's not easy to call for help. You're not sure what to do. All of those isolating situations. So the good news is, if you really are having trouble, then you can call 988 instantly, and you can get help with that. That's the good news. The more difficult is ongoing. That if you need support on a very regular basis, then that's where teletherapy is helpful. That's where reaching out to friends and family over the phone is helpful. But again, if everything's on the phone and you're stuck on the road, that's a challenge, and that's not the same as being in person. So I would definitely say that would be the biggest concern for drivers, as well as just plenty of times kind of the macho attitude of, I don't need any help, I'm 100% reliant, and that kind of thing. So there is a bit of a cultural concern too.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious, what would you say to a truck driver who may be feeling suicidal, but, the reality of life is still there, and they've, got their schedule is packed. They don't feel like they have the time to reach out. How important is it for them to stop and prioritize, themselves?
Well, it's extremely important for a driver to take care of themselves. So if they're having these suicidal thoughts and they say, I don't have time to deal with this. Well, if it turns into a situation where the driver acts on these suicidal thoughts, then that's something that it either can't be fixed if they're successful, or if the attempt fails, there's often a lot of damage that occurs. So it doesn't matter what happens there. The driver cannot afford to ignore that. So, you could look at it as having not taking care of your truck and saying, I've got too much work to do, I'm not going to take care of my truck. And we all know that the truck will eventually let you down. So you don't want to let yourself down due to lack of maintenance. And again, we know that maintenance is a key part of the job. And we always think about maintenance for the truck. We don't think about maintenance for ourselves. And that is just so very important. And not to mention 80,000 pounds driving down the road, you are putting other people in a lot of danger if you're having difficulty with your own mental health at that point.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you see this a lot as far as people who do feel this way, who feel like, you feel very isolated, you feel very alone, and that, no one could understand, what the feeling is. But I mean, a lot of people struggle with mental health. We've seen statistics. How hard is it, I guess, to get that message across to someone, but also how beneficial is it for someone who is feeling this way to maybe hear someone else's story that, they've been where they are, but yet they've come out of it?
Well, some people are really in tune with mental health and just simply knowing that everybody has a hard time at some point in their life. And then there's other people who think it's just simply them and no one else can relate. So it's hugely beneficial if we talk about suicide, if we talk about mental health, if we talk about just any kind of emotional problems. And the more that people can hear stories and realize that they're not alone, they'll be able to get help, and life will be a whole lot better. And if you think about it, I'm just one therapist out of thousands, and it is my full-time job. I have more clients than I can handle. And the situation is everybody has similar types of problems and they need help. And, I have to refer potential clients on to other therapists with openings on a very regular basis. So just think about that. The demand is so high out there. So if a person is feeling alone, no, there's thousands and thousands of people in a very similar situation.
One of the things I know I've mentioned to you before that I find interesting is just, I think one of the hardest things is the struggle as far as explaining it. I think when we go to the doctor for anything physical, we know what to expect as far as saying, what it feels like or how it's bothering us. I think when it comes to mental health, do you find it sometimes harder for people to explain how they're feeling?
I think plenty of times. And I just encourage people just to use plain English to talk about what's going on. And plenty of times you can talk about what your emotional feelings are, if it's mad, glad, sad, scared, or something else. But I mean, those are the main root emotions. And then another thing is that if people talk about how they're feeling things in their body, so if you have like a stomach ache that doesn't go away, or you feel it in your chest, like an emptiness, or the classic lump in your throat, or tight shoulders all the time, or something like that. So if you can't find the words to talk about the emotional feelings, talk about the physical stuff going on with your body. And once you get the conversation started with someone, especially if they're a trained someone, and then you're usually able to get places.
Now, we unfortunately hear stories of people who have used semi-trucks, tractor trailers to end their lives. What advice do you have for drivers who've unfortunately been in a situation like that?
Yeah, and the term is suicide by truck, and that is the very unfortunate situation that you have people that usually are not in the trucking industry, and they're suicidal, and their plan to kill themselves is to be ran over by a semi. And that is so sad, so unfortunate. And I've talked with a lot of truck drivers that are traumatized because that has happened. And then I've talked with families of the person who did kill themselves that way. And everybody is so incredibly devastated. So I think that being a truck driver, it's hard in many different ways, no doubt about it. But with suicide, there's definitely two sides there of the truck driver potentially being suicidal, and then if someone commits suicide by truck, then the truck driver's on the other side of that. And if that happens, sometimes the truck driver has post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, as a result. So again, very unfortunate situation. And if any trucker or their families have been involved in suicide by truck, again, reach out, get help, get support, talk about it, deal with it. That's the best thing you can do in those situations.
I'm wondering too, families, who have someone who may be suicidal or, have done that. What advice do you have for them, in reaching out and getting help for themselves to then help their loved one or family member?
Well, I think for the families, it's just really important to reach out and get help. Don't keep it a secret. Whether it is that the family has someone that is suicidal and they haven't acted on it, that they need to reach out and get help. And if it is the family that their loved one has killed themselves, then again, it's important to reach out and get help. So many times, family members, they just don't talk about it. They just try to press the emotions down and deal with it. But stuffing emotions is not a good way. It's not a good long-term way to cope. So there's a lot of families out there that have been through this kind of thing, and there's support groups for survivors of suicide. And you just have to Google that, and you'll find support groups out there, as well as typical counseling. So there is hope, no matter what side of the fence you're on here.
You mentioned, stuffing things down and ignoring them. I think I'm confident in saying that it will eventually come up, right? Like if you don't deal with something now, down the road, it's going to be there and get worse, maybe.
Right, most definitely. I think of stuffing a bucket, full of marbles, and you can stick them in there, and then once it's full, it starts overflowing, and there's really not a whole lot you can do about it. So you just have to make sure that you deal with that stuff. And it's tempting to try to make it go away, or try to drink it away, or use any other kind of illegal drugs or something, and that is not the fix. Addressing it is the fix. Again, with plenty of friends and family, addressing it with them, and then if it's still persisting, then talk with a professional about it.
What would you say to somebody who's thinking, they're having these thoughts and feelings, but they're thinking, what's the point of talking to somebody? Like, what's that going to do? What do you say to them?
Well, first of all, you're not alone, and this is happening all the time to lots and lots of people. And as I discussed, there are all kinds of therapists out there that is their main job is to help people in those situations. And believe it or not, if you talk about what's going on, it makes it so much better. And if you don't believe me, try talking with someone that is understanding and caring, and you'll quickly realize that it helps. And if you can't talk with someone, write about it as far as journaling. And don't worry about the grammar or the spelling or anything like that. Just start writing about it. And if you write about it with using pen and paper, that helps the person to deal with those feelings better than typing. But the idea is getting it out there one way or the other, and give it a try. And I'm quite certain that you will feel that it's quite helpful.
Nice. That's good advice. I guess in my last question, I'm just curious, any final words, any advice that you have for any of our listeners?
Well, suicide is preventable, and there is help out there, and people often feel like no one can help them. And talking with someone that is trained is the way to go when things get really tough. And remember, you can call 988. That is the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And just simply making sure that you just don't keep everything to yourself. And maybe it's a one-time thing that you just need to talk to someone that's caring. Maybe you need to talk to someone on a regular basis. Maybe you need to talk with a therapist. Maybe the person needs some medication, like an antidepressant, to help them with depression or anxiety or some kind of underlying things, and talk with your primary care doctor. The main thing is don't keep it to yourself, and get out there and get some kind of help for it. And if the first time around isn't enough, then you keep talking to professionals to find the right type of help that you personally need.
All right. Good advice. Buck, thank you so much.
Oh, I certainly appreciate it.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truckstop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with Howes.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
Good advice there from Buck Black. The suicide and crisis lifeline again, which he mentioned, was 988, which you can call, text, or chat online. Main message, of course, is that you are not alone. Help is available, so please take that step.
Absolutely.
And of course, Scott, it's not just September that we want to bring attention to this matter. It's important to focus on mental health year-round, and like Buck said, it's nice to have these months, though, to really focus on that. And so we appreciate him taking the time to talk to us about that.
Yeah, it's an important message, and quite frankly, it's one and a conversation that can be very difficult to have, especially if you're having feelings.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that may not be necessarily the brightest of feelings.
Yeah.
It can be very hard out there for anybody. But yeah, if you've found yourself feeling a certain way, please do reach out to somebody for sure. Which kind of, honestly, in a weird kind of way, brings me back to GBATS, the Guilty by Association Truck Show, which took place this past weekend in Joplin, Missouri, because it really is truly about community, right? And coming together and talking about, you know, all the problems you're seeing out there and realizing you're not alone. So the two things, I suppose, are somewhat linked in that way. But like we were saying earlier, great weather there in Joplin, somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 700 trucks registered for the show, somewhere around 230 trucks entering into the convoy, which benefits Special Olympics Missouri. Talked to a couple people about that as well. Great time walking around, checking out the trucks, obviously, which I think is probably the main attraction there, talking with people who are responsible for creating them. Always great to talk to those people because those, as you have found, it's like their baby.
Oh, gosh,
you know?
they're so proud.
So proud. There's one gentleman I talked to, and I'll have much more on this later in the week, but had just finished his truck. It was like a multi-year planning and getting the money together, scrapping it all together. And this was like his first time showing off the truck, and could not be happier. So it's great talking to people like that. Much more conversations like that one that we can share with you a little bit later in the week here. And we've talked about this too. The one thing that separates GBATS, I think, from all the other truck shows out there, to a person, I asked each of them, you know, what's different about this one? They all said they appreciated the laid back nature of the show, no pressure. You know, there's a lot of shows out there that are all about the competition, about who's got the better, newer, sleeker truck out there. There's definitely a place for that type of show, I think.
For sure.
That goes without saying. We love those too, obviously. But yeah, again, someone once described GBATS as being like a neighborhood block party, and that is totally the feeling. That's exactly what it feels like. Everybody in a good mood. All the walking around, checking out trucks, talking to folks. Really a good time there. Lots of events to talk about as well. So we will do that. And then again, the FMCSA Q&A session with Michael Hampton. Todd Spencer was there alongside him. They talked about non-domiciled CDLs, obviously, with that being the topic of the day, but broker transparency, driver training, a host of other issues. So stay tuned for coverage of that later on in the week. Got a lot of sound I need to go through to find out how we'll kind of package it. But really a good time there. And then back here, you were staying busy too in Green Valley.
I was hoping for like a nice, peaceful couple of days
without me,
without you around.
Yeah.
No. But no, definitely busy. We, of course, had the news on the non-domiciled CDLs that we heard about earlier in the show. But also, President Trump announced that starting on October 1st, he will be imposing a 25% tariff on all heavy trucks made in other parts of the world. He had posted that with this new tariff, the large truck company manufacturers such as Peterbilt, Kenworth, Mack, and others will be protected from onslaught of outside interruptions. He said that we need our truckers to be financially healthy and strong for many reasons, but above all for national security purposes. We're, of course, we're going to be getting somebody on the show to break all this down and explain what it could mean, what the impact could be. But from what we've heard so far, especially from the OOID Foundation, this isn't good. It's not a good announcement.
Well, and I suppose it's how you look at it. It's all about perspective.
That's true.
I think the concerns obviously are the effect this is going to have.
Trickle-down effect, yeah.
Exactly. On down the market, the supply chain, the used truck sales market will be affected by this if it does, in fact, go into effect. That's the other question, too. We've seen the president make tariff announcements and set a date and then have that date pushed
changed,
back.
Yeah.
So we will see how that all pans out. But that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on. We'll talk more about that later in the week. We've also got Louis Pugh coming in to talk about his attendance at CVSA's annual conference, which happened last week in Denver. Louis was also at GBET, so we'll talk to him about that as well. And it's the 50th anniversary issue of Landline Magazine.
Very exciting.
So we'll get the inside scoop on that as well. Thanks for listening. We'll see you again next time right here on Trucking with OOIDA.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.